Oh, hi there. Welcome to the channel. As you can see, PlayShogi is up. I am going to relax a bit, try to learn a bit, start with the PlayShogi Tsume and 5 collection. This is the second of 5 of those, and I have put the link in chat, I believe. I will put it in, oops, I will put it in again. Oh, okay, there it is. And I will put it. Show the YouTube description already has it, but I'll put it in the chat anyway as well. And so there's this starting at problem one. Gonna chat. He's still recovering a bit from the 24-hour stream. It was great. It was so fun. I can't believe it actually happened, and I can't believe I made it through. For those of you who might not have heard, I said this, I think, a couple times. It was really the first 9 hours that were the difficult part. Once I hit that 9-hour mark, it just kind of went. Played a bunch of games. And, a bunch of slow games on Shogi Club 24. I wonder, I have to believe it can't have hurt my ability, but, playing 30 slow games is no joke, even if you're slightly impaired by being exhausted or being tired. Hey, Benjamin Jewett, good to see you. Hey, over Viridin, great to see you as well. And yeah, so I'm just going to do this. We have random things to chat about, I'm sure. And yeah, I'll take it from there. This again is problem one in the set, and I hope so. I hope there's no fan noise coming in through the mic. I don't expect there would be, and it's pretty low. But the machine that I use as my stream chat watching machine, I've got it here on my left. It's doing a big export of 3 clips of the Shogi Club 24-hour stream. I wanted, like I mentioned on the Discord, the live stream was too long for YouTube to archive it. YouTube nowadays has a 12-hour time limit for video uploads, and apparently for live streams that go through them as well. It's kind of unfortunate because that live stream had the most views and the most likes of any live stream I've ever done. I mean, naturally, it's a 24-hour stream, so you have more chance to get those views and the likes. But I would have liked to preserve those numbers for posterity's sake. But anyway, so what I'm doing now is I'm exporting them in 3 parts, 3 8-ish hour parts. And then I'm going to upload those to YouTube, just in case people do want to see. I imagine nobody is going to be watching all 24 hours or even much of it. But, just in case people do want to watch, and just for posterity's sake, I am going to put it on YouTube. It's just a process now. And like I said, this machine is exporting now. It's in CapCut using 100% of the CPUs. The fan is on. Hopefully it's not, coming in through the mic. I don't expect it would. Hey, NinWorld, great to see you. Hello, Tulip, great to see you as well. Darkney, hello, hello, hello. Good morning to you. Sounding crisp. Thank you. You don't think it is? All right, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty quiet, and this mic generally seems to do a good job of only taking most of the sound coming, from my direction and having some decent noise reduction. I don't know how long this export's going to take. It's been running for like 30 minutes. I use this. It's relatively cheap. It's a HyperX SoloCast. Let me see if I have the exact model. Let me see if I can get that. All my equipment is very much on a budget here. From my mic to my camera. So here is what it is. They don't even sell it anymore, I guess. I bought this in January of 2024, so a little after I had started streaming. I'm sorry for having that longer link in there. I didn't trim it. No matter what you do, they have that ref part of the Amazon link. But but yeah, so that machine is exporting those 3 8+ hour clips from the stream, and it's taking a long time and a lot of CPU. I don't know if there was something I could have done to not do so much work. It to me, it's almost like I would expect you're taking, all I'm doing is taking the video and clipping it in 3. I would have thought it would have been essentially sort of a relatively simple file operation, but it must be like re-encoding the entire thing. Maybe CapCut is just not the greatest tool for that. But either way, that should be done, I assume, within an hour or 2. And then I need to begin the big process of uploading it to YouTube, because I've uploaded it. I've tried to upload it a couple times, and the one time that it finished, it just errored at the end saying that YouTube, it's too long. So anyway, here we are. Sorry. So it's time. Anyone who has been looking at this, I'm sure has had time to fix it or to solve it. I imagine these problems, these Tsume and 5, this 2 of 5, I imagine this might be a little harder than that first set. We'll see. Once I got rolling on that first set, it was pretty fast, except for except for the occasional one that stumped me for a while. It seems like there are some patterns that just stump me. Nightbot, hello. Thank you, Nightbot. Oh, okay. Darkney is it triggered that. I was wondering. So for a second, I turned my head and I saw Nightbot, and I saw one of the words was Amazon. So that's the first thing that caught my eye. And I'm like, oh, Nightbot is coming in hot. Noticed my Amazon link and is like, it's telling me to do stuff at Amazon. But hey, poor dude. All right. So what do we have here? I'm immediately looking at trying to do something that would allow us to get this horse here. This pawn means something. This pawn means something, or this token means something. So it means that I cannot try to immediately end, or no, I can. I guess I can. Yes, I can. Okay. I was gonna say it means that I can't immediately just try to close off the escape route here, because this needs to come into play. But maybe I can. So if I have the silver drop on 1-3, if the king takes, I come back. Oh no, then he can just take, and then my gold doesn't mate it. This pawn means something, which tells me I cannot just drop a gold. Well, no. Maybe this is a. If I drop the gold, king runs. I drop the silver. Wait, how is that not just mate? what nothing can take this. So if I drop the gold here, if I drop the gold on 3-4, king has to run to 1-3. And then I drop the silver on 2-2. Oh, and then the bishop takes that. The bishop can take that. Ah. Bishop takes that. Okay. Getting back in there. Hey, Yloigh, nice to see you. Yeah, the sniper bishop. The sneaky guy. They all right, so that's not it. Which means I've got to, I have to take it part. I have to take, this has to mean something. This has to mean something. So I can, what if I drop the silver here? What if I drop the silver on 2-5? Silver takes. No, because then I the only way I can meaningfully check here now is gold drop on 1-5. Well, or gold drop on 3-5. But the king runs and then it's safe. I don't want to just iterate through my checks yet, but I feel like I almost have to because I'm taking too long on this. How about we throw the bishop away. Oh, we throw the silver away. Silver drop. The king if the bishop doesn't take, the king has to run and then we drop the gold on 1-2. If the bishop takes, then we bring the horse into 3-4. And if the king takes, we drop the gold on 3-5 because now the escape square up is gone because the bishop is in there. So the king has to run, and then we drop the gold on 1-2. That's a tricky one. I mean, boy, I always wonder, when I see these kinds of problems. It's mate in 5. Yes, this is the Tsume in 5, 2 of 5 problem set on PlayShogi.com. So, it always, when I see these, I do wonder every time, and I should stop wondering, because in the end, I don't know if it matters. It's a calculation exercise, but like, do these actually occur in real life? Like, in the wild, do these mates occur? And is it just that I am missing them? Because it's so unintuitive that I don't even consider it. Always interesting, and always an interesting topic to me. It's probably boring. I've probably talked about it so often that it's boring to everyone else. Okay, this is problem 2. And I don't want to build too much hype. I am not someone to build too much hype, and I don't want to potentially let anyone down. But there is an interview scheduled to take place this weekend. So the podcast, we might get another interview. If things go well, if everything goes to plan, we are going to have another interview, and I'm really excited about it. So it'll be good. It'll be good not to have to like just rack my brain or just make this difficult decision of which topic to pick and then sort of script it out and do all that stuff. This will be, there will be an equal or more amount of work trying to think about what I'm going to ask and how I'm going to proceed, but it's a more joyful thing. I'm never going to give us up or let us down. Exactly. All right, so this right now, we cannot let this guy, we cannot let this, that we have no pieces in hand. Hey, Origami Wa, good morning, good morning. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, this is an escape, so we can't really do anything about our silver. So no, no, that's not true. That's not true. That is not true because okay. I think I see it. I think I see it. Silver. Oh, okay. No, no, no. This wouldn't be checked. So my thinking was silver up, silver back, horse. Silver up, king runs, silver back, king runs, horse. Horse over here would be mate, but this is not check. Silver. Silver silver 3-3 is not check. If we just promote though. If we just promote. No. Yes. No, no. No, 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 no. Okay, hold on. If we promote, then the bishop can take. And then if we take back, the king takes, and the bishop is not enough. As Sammy Hagar would say in one of the early Sammy Hagar Van Halen albums, it's not enough to fill me up. The bishop is not enough to fill me up. Hey, Koshiro, did I rest? I did. So what happened after the stream? The 24 hours finished up. I think it turned out to be like 24 hours and 7 minutes, the stream. And I did the couple edits to YouTube to make it public, and without knowing that they don't archive streams longer than 12 hours. So I did that, and then what did I do? I did that. And then I brushed my teeth, like I said, during the stream. I wanted to brush my teeth after. Maybe I should have done that at one point during the stream, because really it's 24 hours. I had brushed my teeth like right before the stream started, but 24 hours later and drinking, eating ice cream and drinking tea, I felt some grit on there. So I brushed my teeth. And then I went for a walk. I wasn't ready to sleep, so I went for a walk. And it was the first time that I realized that it was Wednesday. So this has happened, and I still haven't quite recovered from it. I don't know if people who work like late shifts or people who I don't know if people who routinely might spend 24 hours awake feel this, but the Tuesday vanished. Like Tuesday literally just vanished for me. So I kept thinking it was Tuesday. When I finished the stream, I thought, I started the stream on Tuesday and I ended the stream on Tuesday is what my brain was thinking. So it was like, oh my gosh, I'm walking. Didn't I just walk? I don't need to, it's like, because I'm trying to get exercise and things like that. It's like, oh, but I just walked. And it's like, no, I didn't just walk. That was like 26 hours ago. And then, anyway, I walked, and then I lied down a bit, and with Atari was exhausted. I think Atari was really tired because, with me being up, she was running around, and she was active, and so, usually she sleeps during, she's a cat, she sleeps a lot during the day, but also at night, she sleeps with us in the bed. And I think she was just exhausted because while I was streaming, she was up and about. And yeah. and so, we just lied down together and fell asleep for like 3 hours. So I did my walk. I then went to Discord and I think was making some comments on Discord. I was still kind of excited from the stream, and then did that rest. I woke up and my wife asked in a message, I guess she sent it while I was sleeping, asked if I wanted to have pizza. I haven't had pizza in a long time. I've been really working hard for the past month and a half just so that my blood tests all came up so like really good this year. And so, I had that blood test last week. So now I can eat whatever I want. But anyway, she asked me, do I want pizza? And, I responded, yeah. And I came down and she had already gotten it and she had just gotten home. So there was a bunch of pizza and I binged on a bunch of pizza, watched some TV, played a little bit, zoned out in training mode on Street Fighter 6 on this Nintendo Switch 2. And then went to bed, and I slept the best that I have in a long time. It was like 8.5 hours, which for me lately, that doesn't sound like much, but lately for me, that's very good. So yeah. So long story short, yeah, I slept really well, and I was still excited from that stream. I was really jazzed up. I don't know if it even came across because like I was feeling great. I was really excited by not only playing 30 plus slow games in a day. It was everyone was so great during the stream. Like I still can't believe how many people saw it and how many people hung out through the night and all that stuff. So I was really excited. And I thought maybe I actually wouldn't be able to sleep because of that, but I was out. I was out. Before I went to bed, I did watch my usual Urshin no Ryu channel video. I picked one that was only 4 minutes, so it was a very short game. He lost, unfortunately, but it was good. It was good. Yeah. So what do we have here? On my walk yesterday, while I was walking, I saw that Don Vito, friend of the channel, was streaming on Twitch. So I watched that a bit and got home and then tried to sleep, but all right. So what's going on here? Long story short, I'm doing a bad job of procrastinating on this problem. I think I would like to just sacrifice here, but if the king takes and I come up with the dragon and make a dragon, the king can run here, and then there's no real way to stop it once it's out. Hey, Mithrandir. Yeah, well, it doesn't. It feels like it's just part of the routine. You say it's so soon. It's been. I mean, to be fair, it's been like almost 20. It's almost 25 hours since the last stream. So I'm due. I'm overdue. Viridin, that was one of the things that I've wanted to train over these past 2 years. Honestly, I've wanted to train that muscle. Because of my experience at the 2024 U.S. Shogi Championship in April. So it was April. I think it was April of 2024. It's not 2 years yet since then, but I saw people. Obviously, it's not 30 games in a day, but it was like how many games did I play on day one? So it was Friday night, the casual games. I think I probably played 4 or 5 games. Saturday at that event, I played 2 placement rounds, 1 main bracket round, and then 4 or 5 team tournament games. So that's like 6 or that's like 7 or 8 games in a day there. And then I streamed at night. I streamed at night during that event on Shogi Wars. And then the Sunday event were 4 rounds of the main bracket. And by the end, the last 2 games I played, I think, not physically, but I think I was sort of mentally exhausted. Just sort of mentally exhausted in those last 2 games, where I think it really let me down. I think it really let me down in that second last game. And then the last game, which was against Maple Sugar Lover, I had a huge letdown and missed a critical move, and then resigned because I didn't see the move that would have at least let the game continue in suffering. It would not have been resignable. It's resignable for a pro, but it wouldn't have been resignable for me. But the problem is, I didn't even see the move that would have kept me in the game. I didn't even see it. So for all intents and purposes, the resign was reasonable. But either way, I was so mentally exhausted that I couldn't really even do anything. And so I told myself, like, that was one of the things I wanted to develop, was this ability to play a lot of games in a day. Not only as a way to develop just so I play well. It's because I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. The problem is, I think that shogi being so difficult makes that hard. I think it makes it really hard to play a lot of games. And during that 24-hour stream, after I think it was between 12 or 15 of those 1560 rated games on Shogi Club 24, I did start playing free games, which were unrated, still 1560 for the most part. At the end, I played like one or two of those 1 minute delay, 60-second main time games, which are still slow games. I played 1 or 2 of those, and I played one of the Fisher 5+5 time control games. But for the most part, I was playing 1560, and but the second half of the games were unrated, so at least it took off the funny money kind of aspect of caring about that rating, where I was just trying to play good moves, and I think that helped. I think that helped a bit. I'm sure I could have still done it rated, but yeah, it's something I've been working on. Long story short, it's something I've been working on and something I've wanted to do, because I like the games. And also, there are days at the clubs here. So there's a Sunday every month where I have the option to play at the East Bay Shogi Club, which is where I play every week, and then after that at the San Francisco Shogi Club. And so those days have the potential for probably between 7 and 10 games in a single day. And I've noticed there, at the end of those days in San Francisco, my games are rough. My games are very rough. And so I'm always looking to try to improve that as well. Good day, Emperor Rex. Nice to see you. Okay. So, looking at this again. Here, if he takes... I can't do this because then he can run. He can run. And there's no way for me to cut that off. So let's look again... I'm going to say there's no way for me to sack here, let the king take, and then come back and promote. because the king can run here, and if I try to cut it off, there's no way to do it. So I don't have too many options here. Bishop 5-1. Bishop 5-1. The king can just run. I think the king can just run. And there's no way to really meaningfully check without letting the king out. What else? What else? Silver 2-2. No promote. If king goes back, bishop up, or bishop to 3-3. Bishop to 3-3. Wait, so silver 2-2, king 3-4, horse 2-3. Yeah, king 4-3 and run away. I think I swapped variations in my head. Bishop 2-2. Yeah, I think that just doesn't work. Okay, so I've got to abandon bishop silver 2-2. I've got to abandon silver 2-2 because I don't see a way for that to work out. The only ways for me to check after silver 2-2, king 3-4 are horse over, rook over. And I don't think either of those work. If the rook comes up, the king can run out this way. If the bishop comes up, the king can run out this way. Oops. So I don't think that's it. Bishop 4-2. I think just lets the king run. Bishop 3-2. Bishop takes. Bishop takes, and I have no great way. I think I already looked at that. What if the silver wasn't there? Well, that's if the silver wasn't there, the rook comes up. But the problem is I can't. I'm trying to make that work. I can't get it there. I can't disappear. I can't seem to disappear this silver without having the king escape. So like if I try to get rid of the silver by giving it to 3-4, king takes, and then I get my rook up, that lets the king run here, and now my rook is occupying the square that I want my bishop in. So there's no way to stop the king from running out. So if I do this again and then come over this way, oh, hold on. Okay, so if I do this, the king takes. No, I can't come here because now it's not check. Oh, but that hint now. The hint. Hold on. Okay, so the hint is now the hint is so if I silver up to 2-2 again, no promote. King runs. I can promote. 3-3 promote to check. And if the king runs, horse 1-3 is mate. If the king takes, then rook 2-3 promote is mate. Oh, okay. 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 Ah. Okay. Oops, my clips have exported. Okay. So like I was saying earlier, wait, no. Oh, I've got to export both of them manually. Okay, I'm just going to export the second clip here. Wait, why didn't it? Boy, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here. Uh, I thought it would export all of them, but it only exported one. Uh, I'm trying to export two clips at this. I'm trying to export three clips. So anyway, I guess I'll just do one. File already exists. Oh gosh, this is. I guess it is not the CapCut is not optimized. I think for exporting clips. I just want exporting for not optimized for splitting a 24-hour video into three 8-hour chunks and then just exporting them as three files. It's yeah, it just doesn't. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. I'm exporting clips. It shows that I have three clips, but it only exported the one that the first. Anyway. So I guess I have another 2 hours probably of exporting to try to upload that. It's mate in 7 if you ran down there and blocked. Is it? Wait. If king 4-5? Wait, I'm not sure what in mate in 7. In this variation? So like if we come down and then and then blocked. Yeah, I think they don't count that though. I don't think they don't count the what is it called, the futile interpolation. It doesn't count the interpolate the futile interpositions or interpolations. Yeah. I think it's misleading, but I think it does seem to be the term of art, right? Like that's sort of how like Shogi Quest does that as well, where it'll be like a mate in one. It's a mate in one. You put your rook up, even though you could interpolate a million times. That's one of the things that the PlayShogi program does. I've in doing those, they don't say mate in one, mate in two on their problems. I mean, they give a general range of how many mate moves the mate is, but if they can interpolate a piece or interpose a piece, the PlayShogi will do it. So you have to take like they'll just keep doing it. It's like, all right, capture, capture, capture. Okay, now it's mate. But mate. I think traditional Tsume problems you don't. Lee Shogi when Lee Shogi says mate in 7, they also count the futile blocks, the futile interpolations or interpositions. I don't remember what the actual word is, if it's futile interpolation or futile interposition. I don't think it's interpolation, though I think I have seen it. Interposition would be better, but I don't know if interposition is actually a word. Okay. Moving on to problem 3. Speaking of Shogi Quest, Yeah, Yloigh. I like the real stuff. You know, I definitely like the real stuff. I like full board problems. I like the problems resembling real games as much as possible. So I think that's why I love the PlayShogi mate problems. Even if some of them are pretty weird, they are full board positions with all pieces on the board, and they will the engine you will just play it out and make you mate it. And I think I prefer those. But also they get around the issue by not even saying, like, they don't explicitly say this is a mate in 5. They'll say, you know, this is a medium problem, which is generally, I think it says this is a medium problem with which is generally between 5 and 7 moves. You know, the easy is between 1 and 3. You know, and so on. But and I love those. I really, you know, if anyone knows Tetris Effect, I get that Tetris Effect feel doing PlayShogi problems. I don't know what it is. It's the only shogi problem study that I do where I get that sort of Tetris Effect feel, where I'm in that zone. I really love it. But speaking of Shogi Quest, we've talked about those alternate time control limited event schedules that they do. It basically, for me in Northern California, these schedules run in the middle of the night until like 9 a.m. and then they also run later at night, I think. I'm not sure, but it's never when I'm streaming do they run these special time events. You know, they have things like 10-second Byoyomi, 20-second Byoyomi, 5+5 Fisher, and also they had something called random 10-second, which I played a game of yesterday, and it's like as far as I can tell, because I only played one of them, it's a 10-second Byoyomi game like Shogi Wars sprint mode. It just, the game started, it was in a middle game position. It was in a, I'm guessing it was equal. Of course they're going to be equal, but it was not an end game. So it was like, I think my side was opposing rook. The other side was like fourth file rook, and I was sort of halfway on my way to making King Muso, and they were sort of, I think they had like a half Mino, and that's how the game was played. So this 10-second game that I played ended up being pretty long, relatively long, you know, wall clock time, and it was fun. It was really fun. I did win, you know, which was nice, which made it more fun. But yeah, I thought they did a good job. I don't know where Shogi Quest pulls the games. I assume it's from their game. Like I don't, you know, where they pull these positions from. I assume it's from their historic games that they have on their site. But regardless, it was pretty good. You know, I wish, especially the Fisher 5+5. I really want to play one of those 5+5 games just to show them that people care about 5+5 games. You know, that's the thing for me, is that I want to support 5+5 being out there, but like, you know, I'm not going to wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning, you know, to try to play it on the site. It was available. I noticed it was available today at like 7:40 in the morning. It was the last event that they were running until 9 a.m. my time, and I was going to play. I must have forgotten as I went downstairs, because now I'm kicking myself. PO puzzles are only on the app. I don't know. I have not really looked at the browser version very much. I have not looked. So the browser, if the browser version is anything like this, so the browser version now, well, I'm not going to show people my home screen, even though there's nothing hiding. The PlayShogi icon nowadays has the Santa hat. I think they've done that the past year or two, but they have this button. You know, The iOS version is localized in English. I know the Android version is not, but there's the mate problem. So this is what this looks like in the app. So if I assume it would look similar on the web, but yeah, mate problem there. And then you get these. So I've been going back through my history. So I save the new stuff for doing on Sunday mornings while I'm waiting at the club. And then you can go back in time through all these, through all these. And so, you can see, I don't know how well this is showing up, but, they've got a lot. And if you tap into these, you get to pick like easy, low, mid, high, and hard. I love it. I really love PlayShogi's puzzle. It's the only reason I use PlayShogi these days anymore. My playing partner, the club leader at the East Bay Shogi Club, records our games on PlayShogi, and he uses Android, so he's got to use the Japanese app. He's got to use the Japanese. It's only in Japanese as far as I understand. Okay, so let's take a look. I am in a different. I'm in a completely different. OBS set of scenes to do PlayShogi, so I don't have much available to me here to change. So I'm gonna, if this doesn't fit nicely, I apologize, but this is basically the only thing I've got here. Oh, okay. So it's just the game. It's just the game. Is there a menu here? Oh, that just flips it. Ah. What about here? Is there a way to translate this? Like, will this localize it at all? Ah, okay. Measuring PO bench. Interesting. So this is just a really nice online version of... Oh, wait, practical shogi problems. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Let me switch... Something ku, something ru. Which do I press? Which do I press? Someone has helped me before on this. Right side or left side? The first. Yeah, this is great. This is great. This looks fantastic too. I want to say maybe this is what it looks like on mobile, but I love this little shine that they have on the board too. Nice, nice. Very nice. So what did I pick? Did I pick a low? Oh, okay. Oh boy. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so I've got it. Hold on. I need to do it again. I don't know how to back up. Oh shoot. Okay. I didn't realize that this was okay. Bishop and then rook. Bishop and then rook. There we go. I love this. I love this app. I mean, this is like the app, but this looks really nice. The thing is, and Shogi Wars does this too. A lot of these Japanese apps that we use that are localized in English, like Shogi Wars, like PlayShogi, these apps are developed with the spacing and the sizing of Japanese text. So these apps, they look good. The text is usually lined up. Everything on these apps are usually perfectly aligned when you run them in Japanese. But if you run them in any other localization, that's when they start looking a little weird. And that requires a lot of work and thought. To properly localize an application, it's something I have some very small experience with, but just that little experience in talking to people who do these kind of things, It's real painstaking hard work to really fully localize an app. And maybe it's just not worth it for Shogi Wars. But like I've shown some of these things on Shogi Wars where if you're running in English, the app just doesn't look as good. You get a lot of wrapping. I think that's a thing. I think that's the most common localization problem between Japanese and English apps is that you get a lot when you're in English, you get a lot of line wrapping. So the spacing of the app all of a sudden sort of breaks. Because I think generally it takes more characters in English to express the same ideas that might be one kanji in Japanese or two kanji in Japanese. So like when I run really on Shogi Wars, when I really want to get into the zone and just like the app and see it for how it's supposed to be seen, I turn it into Japanese. And then all of a sudden the little quirks that bother me as a computer sort of anal retentive person, like my software has been my life for so long, and I care so much about little things like spacing and wrapping that it's kind of jarring to use like Shogi Wars for me. I'm able to turn off that part of my brain a little bit to play on Shogi Wars and still enjoy it, but like sometimes I just can't. And it's nice to turn on the app and see like, oh, this is how it should be. This is how it should be. Because Dan is a kanji. It's not -DAN, like it is in English. So we don't get all this wrapping, or like the winning streaks, I think, are in particular cause a lot of wrapping, where it's like 10 winning versus Japanese, which would just be 10 and then a kanji, one single kanji. So it all just looks properly compacted. Anyway, I don't know how I got on that. I'm sorry for exposing people to my quirks, my software quirks. So this one feels like a very similar. This one feels like something that I've seen before. Like I think we want to shut this off. Yeah, I think we want silver here. If rook takes, we drop the gold. He takes, we push. No, if no. Okay. So I'm trying to get this out of the way so that we can get a mate this way. Thou art now an honorary Canadian for excessively apologizing. Thank you. Good to see you, Malco. Yeah, the PlayShogi has a cute cry. I like it. I really like it. On iPhone, to get those sounds, you have to turn on notifications. So if anyone plays on iPhone and you're not hearing the cute PlayShogi sounds, be sure that you're not playing in in silent mode. Because it won't play sounds. Okay, so we drop the silver. If the lance takes, we drop the gold. King runs, and then we bring the dragon up, and then they can only interpose. So that's that. If we drop the silver, if we drop the rook, we drop the silver and the rook takes. We drop the silver and then the rook takes. If I bring the gold over, king takes, I push the token over. King can still go to 2-1. Can go back to 2-1. And if the rook takes the silver and we promote our dragon, not promote our dragon. We bring our dragon in. They can interpose. They can block, and if we drop our gold, the rook can just take it. Hmm. Oh, how about no. I was gonna say, how about silver drop here or gold drop immediately? Gold drop immediately. King takes. Silver drop. Okay, so gold drop 3-3-1. King has to take. Silver drop 2-2. Silver has to take. Dragon 4-1 because now we've stopped their escape route. Okay. Okay, so this is a nice little trick. This is a nice little trick. Um yeah, let's pull that guy over, block it, and now come up. I like that one. I like that one. That one feels to me like a very practical problem. That one feels very practical. So, problem 4. Moving on. Moving on. What do we have? I'm already looking at silver 1-2 to in order to close off some escape with the lance, but maybe that's silly because the escape is already closed off. Um, how about how about gold 2-4. Pawn has to take. Pawn basically has to take. Otherwise, the rook would come up to 3-2. If the king runs. So gold 2-4. Pawn takes. Get the one gap with rook 3-3. Promote. No, because the king can go to 1-4. King can go to 1-4, and the silver drop on 2-3 would cause him to run out to 1-5 or to 2-5. So I don't think that's it. How about silver 2-2 to start with? King has to take. Dragon takes, or dragon 3-2, promote. King back to 1-3. No. No. Hmm. All right. I didn't want to do it, but how about rook 1-4? Rook 1-4. King takes. No. No, silver 2-4 is the only way really to meaningfully check. Or silver 2-5 is the only way to meaningfully check. The king just goes back. So what else? How about silver 2-4? Silver 2-4. You know, if the king runs rook 3-2 is if the king runs up, silver 3 or rook 3-2 promote is mate. If the king runs down to 1-4, then just gold 2-5 is mate. Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. So if the pawn so silver drop 2-4, pawn takes, gold takes 2-4, and then the king runs up, and then the rook promotes on 3-2 for mate. But if the king runs to 1-4, so silver 2-4, king 1-4. Then silver takes 2-3. Silver takes 2-3 and promotes. And silver takes 2-3, promotes. But this is a mate in 7. Hold on. So silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver takes 2-3, no promote. No promote or promote. King 1-4. Wait, silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver 2-3, king 1-5. All right, so that's not it. That's not it. King 1-5 is just runs, just gets out. King 1-5 gets out. Silver 2-4, king 1-4. Wait, so how about silver 1-4? Boy, I'm convinced it's silver 2-4. I'm convinced silver drop 2-4 is it. So silver drop 2-4, king 1-4. Silver drop 1-4, silver drop 2-4, king 1-4, silver 2-3 promote, king 1-5. Okay, I was gonna drop the pawn. Shoot. I was gonna drop the pawn. Woof. Why is it so difficult? Maybe because I'm forcing myself to make it work with 2-4. It feels just too good. It feels like it just has to be. To me, it just feels like there has to be a way to do this. Silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver 1-5, king 1-3, silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver 1-5, king. I'll just do just do the repetition. It'll be all good. All right, one more time before looking at something else. Silver 2-4, King 1-4. The thing is, even if I go silver 2-1-3 promote, and the king goes to 1-5, rook to 1-4, it doesn't promote, so the king can still run to 2-6. So silver 2-4, king 1-4. Silver 1-5, king 1-3. Rook 1-4, king 2-2, and then he runs. Well, king 2-2, and then token 3-2 is mate. So he wouldn't run. So the rook would take at 2-5. So 2-4, 2-4, king 1-4, silver 1-5. If the rook takes, yeah, then the king can run, and we can't. Then the king. Okay. So, all right. So ignoring that, I'm going to ignore that. Silver 1-2 promote. Lance has to take. Well, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. King can take. King can take. Wow. All right. So forget that. I think if king takes, I don't see a way to do anything. Silver 1-2 promote. King takes. Yeah, and it doesn't make use. It does not make use of the token on 4-2. Silver 2-2. So silver drop 2-2. King takes. Dragon 3-2. King 1-3. So we have a dragon now. But we have no silver in hand. Boy, I'm feeling dumb. I'm sorry for being so slow. I'm really feeling slow on this one. Yeah, there's some that just stump me. I think a lot of times it's just like if I don't see it quickly, it's going to be a while. Hey, Harlu, nice to see you. So I'm going to go back to I'm iterating through checks. I think I've this and this. I think I've exhausted. I think I've exhausted these as possibilities. I think I've exhausted this as a possibility. I'm going to revisit gold 2-4 again. I'm going to revisit gold 2-4. I think I also exhausted this as a possibility. I think I exhausted this as a possibility as well. Because the rook just takes. And then there's just no good way to check. All right, so let's look at let's look at gold 2-4 again. Gold 2-4, pawn has to take. Rook, yeah, pawn takes, and then boy. Huh. I mean, I'm tempted to just give in at this point. This one is it's just not registering with me. It's just not registering with me. Like gold 2-4, pawn takes, and I don't see how we possibly mate here. And especially a mate in a way that makes this token valuable. Like if rook 3-3 promote, king goes down to 1-4. Yeah. Pawn. Yeah. Yeah, this token makes me think that I have to give up this rook. But there's no good way to give up the rook other than 1-4. There's no way to give up the rook other than 1-4. With checking, without, it has to be a check. So rook 1-4. King takes. King takes, and there's no good way to proceed. Give up the rook smoothly, prepare a good sack. So it must be on the second move because the rook promotion on 1-4, or the rook sack on 1-4 just doesn't do anything. There's no way to proceed. I think the only way to check and not just lose the other piece is silver drop 2-5. So rook 1-4, king takes, silver 2-5, king 1-3, and there's no way to check. There's no way to check in a way that maintains pieces. So silver 2-4. Silver 2-4. King 1-4. There's no way in this variation to sack the rook. Silver 1-4. Silver 1-4. rook takes, rook takes, silver 1-4, rook takes, then our rook takes, then king takes. We got a rook, but we don't have any way to drop it. I don't even see any other way to sack it. I don't see any way to sack the rook other than silver 1-4, rook takes, or rook 1-4 right off the rip, as the kids would say. This is embarrassing. This is flat out embarrassing. Both I'm embarrassed to myself, let alone embarrassed to the people watching. This is just a mate in 5, and I'm completely stumped. Right off the rip, as the kids would say, right? uh, these are the moments where I wonder, should I be streaming Tsumeshogi? Should I be streaming this stuff? Because it shows how bad I am at this. And it shows how little my practice works. It shows how little that my study works. Because I'm struggling with these easy problems. And like when someone plays me over the board, it must level them up to be like, I can do so much. This guy won't be able to calculate anything. This guy won't be able to calculate anything. So I'm just gonna attack thoughtlessly against him, and he won't be able to solve it anyway. And it works. So I think it's just it's real. It's like the fighting. I was listening to a fighting. I'm not even going to talk about it. But I was listening to a fighting game podcast today. No, I will talk about it. Well, I like fighting games. I like podcasts. And this particular podcast, I have found. I just started. It's called Trash Talk. It's Brian F. is the fighting game video content creator and player, and he's the one who makes these. It's their interview podcast, and I really respect it. Just in these first 3 that I've listened to, I really respect his style of interview, and I'm trying to learn and improve my own style from listening to more interview podcasts across the board, but also the way they talk also about they've been talking about content creation for fighting games. These are people that are basically close to or making a living doing content creation or tournament play that he's had interviewed. And so, it's a niche community, much like Shogi, and it's a matter of trying to engage with people in certain ways and do certain things. Long story short, one of the players was Knuckledew was talking about not wanting to stream and not wanting to release videos sometimes because his opponents now have all this information. And I have definitely felt like that, where I play the fool on these streams. I'm not intentionally clowning or intentionally playing the fool. I just look like a fool when I'm playing, and especially when I'm playing Tsume. So I think when people play me over the board, I think they have more confidence. I think sometimes that can overplay its hand because they don't have enough respect. Because I actually do play pretty well over the board. But I still have these problems. But anyway, long story short, I'm just thinking out loud of how I look like a fool doing, easy mate in 5s. Shogi Harbor, good to see you. You both say that these are not easy. It's, it's not easy for a beginner, but like I've been doing this for years. I've been, I've been studying and playing for years. I should be able to do these mate and fives. This is only, Tsume and 5, 2 of 5 collection. Have blind confidence too until it becomes true. That's the thing. I had confidence today until this problem. Oh, like I said, when I was doing the PlayShogi 1 of 5 problem set, the Tsume and 5 1 of 5 problem set on stream last time, I was moving at a pretty good pace, except for 1 or 2 where I'd get stuck. But I don't think I got stuck on any of them like this. There are problems that just broke you. It's normal. It's amazing because I'm also trying to think about the meta of like the meta of like brain theory, as if I know anything about the brain. But like, why does my brain have so much trouble with this problem? Like, what is it about this problem that my brain doesn't see it? Whereas with the other problems, especially the ones that I solve instantly, what is it about those problems? Like, what pattern is it? Or is this just a pattern I'm not seeing that I'm not accustomed to? Or like off board, when the books that I'm doing these days are mostly mate and sevens. The Tsume books that I'm doing these days are mostly mate and sevens. So when I'm away from home or away from the board, a lot of times the digital stuff is often still PlayShogi, like I was saying. But the Tsumeshogi book stuff, not talking about Hishi, not talking about anything else, is mate and 7. And I'm generally okay with those, except for the occasional getting stumped. But like sometimes some of these problems, like even a mate and 3, it was good. I noticed that somebody, I don't know who it is, it might have been Jack-o'-lantern. Someone on the Discord this week posted an image of the Watanabe Mate and 3 book. And this is something that I did like a couple years ago or a year and a half ago. And, on the Discord, I had mentioned a few times, like I'm in the coffee shop or, I'm in the coffee shop and I take a photo of myself. Like that book, especially a year and a half to 2 years ago, that Mate and 3 book was hard. And I would, I finished it, but like some of those problems, I would literally spend 20 plus minutes on a mate in 3, on a lousy mate in 3. I was spending 20 minutes. And I was like, what is wrong with me? But, since then, I've heard and seen other people say that this is a hard book, even if it's just mate in 3. 7 sometimes rot your brain. You can't expect easy Tsume to be longer. Yeah. So, and you say, if it helps you calculated all the wrong lines, only then found the correct one. Okay. Well, I feel like I've calculated all the possible lines at this point. So I must be wrong on one. Obviously, unless I'm missing one of the first moves. That's how I approach these a lot of times. And maybe you have advice or anyone has advice for how to better solve Tsumeshogi. But I will usually, I kind of take in the problem, and my brain will like immediately sort of throw out some instinctive ideas, maybe based on the patterns. And I will go through my instinct, I'll go through my instinct first. Like this one, it wasn't my first move, but that my instinct is that this is the correct answer. My instinct is that this is the correct answer. And so I spent a lot of time on this. And then once I'm done with my instinct, then I sort of brute force it, where I go through, all right, what are all the checks? What are all the checks? And then I try to go, what are all the first checks? And then I try to go through all of those variations. And when that doesn't work, then I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I going to, I kind of then get a little slipshod. And I start brute forcing again, just expecting that I must be missing something. and I searched to see, like, did I miss any first checks? So as far as I can tell, like, these are the only checks, I think. These are the only ways, I think, to start this problem. So we only have 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we only have six starting points. Then you stand up, make tea, stand next to the chair, turn twice, and look at the Tsume again. Actually, that's a great point. That's a great point. I should get some tea. I should get some tea. But I do have a little bit of water. So I guess I'll spin around. I'll spin around. Okay, I've spun around. I spun around. Well, I didn't spin twice. Okay, there's the second one. There's the second. The second. And I'm going to stare at the board. All right, let's clear these arrows. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to go back to this to silver 2-4. Silver 2-4, king 1-4. Silver 2 silver 1-4, silver 2-4. Reverse. Stop. Reverse. Silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver takes 2-3. No promote. Well, let's say promote. King 1-5. Either way, king 1-5. King 1-5. Rook 1-4. Lance take or king take, gold 2-4. There it is. Oh, no, now my calculation didn't even work. Oh my goodness. Now I've cheated. Because now I know it doesn't work. But I spun two times. And for I was really believing that I immediately saw this. Wait, so why doesn't that work? Silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver 2-3 promote. Oh, rook 1-5. Rook is on 1-5. And then if I come across, rook can just, if I come across, king just comes back. Okay. So that's not it. Okay. So, lance takes would have also not been mate. Oh, sure, because this king can still go to run. Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, so we remember all the remaining. So we're done with this one. Gold 2-4. So gold 2-4, pawn takes. Gold 2-4, pawn takes. And I just do not see a way to sack this rook. Gold 2-4, pawn takes. Like if I drop silver 2-2, king just runs to 1-4, and there's no follow up anymore. So I don't think that's it. Yeah, there's all this space on the edge, and that's so like silver 1-4. If silver 1-4. Rook, silver 1-4, rook has to take, otherwise it's mate. So silver 1-4, rook takes. Silver 1-4, rook takes. And now we don't have a meaningful way to check other than gold 2-4. In that case, the rook can just take that, and that opens up the edge again. Or silver 1-4, rook takes, then rook takes. This is deja vu. Hold on. This is deja vu. This is deja vu. I don't know if I dreamt this. Or if this is literally just deja vu. But I swear I was doing this problem and Shogi Harbor was saying what to do. Mr. Guino Truel. Hello, good to see you. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen you around. You used a computer tool to deal with this exercise, and it's hard. My brain is not expanding. But maybe it's just going. My brain is going crazy. Now I'm caught up in the fact that I know that we've done this before, like the deja vu's, and I banged my table. Okay, so two left. So we know it's not that. The other one is silver 1-2, and so silver 1-2 and silver 2-2. So silver drop 2-2 and silver 1-2 promote and silver drop 2-2. Silver 2-2 promote, or silver 2-2, silver drop 2-2 seems the most promising of those to me. So silver drop 2-2. King takes. Wait, silver drop 2-2. King takes. Dragon, there's dragon 3-1, or there's rook 3-1 promote, rook 3-2 promote, rook 3-3 promote. 3-3 is the sack that I didn't think worked, but since it's a sack, I'll look at that first. If the king takes, on 3-3, I just don't see a way to close it out. I just don't see a way to close that out. Like, token 3-2 lets the king run to 4-3. So rook 3-2 promote lets the king go back to 1-3. And that's now, and we need, and then the next move must be mate, because it's a mate in 5. And I don't see a way to make that mate. So silver 2-2, king takes. Token 3-2, king 1-3. There's no follow-up. So I'm going to go to silver 1-2. Silver 1-2. Wait, no. I'm going to stay there for a little bit longer. Silver 2-2. King takes. I don't see anything else. The silver 3-2 promote doesn't work. Rook 3-2 promote, rook 3-1 promote. They all let the king go back to 1-3. So silver 1-2. So silver 1-2. Silver 1-2 promote. Silver 1-2 promote. King or lance. So king takes. If king takes, if king takes, there's just nothing. There's just nothing. Rook 3-2 promote. And it doesn't use the token. I think that's the thing that the thing with silver 1-2 promote is that it doesn't use the token on 4-2 at all. Hey Don Vito, nice to see you. Nice to see you. You're trying to create educational video with AI. It's kind of funny. Even just, oh no. Oh no. Remember how the silver moves. So I think I've gone through them all. So I'm going to try again. Silver 2-2. And maybe there is no rook sack in this problem. Silver 2-2. King takes. Token 2-2, 3-2. King runs back. In all of these, it feels like the king can run back to 1-3. So silver drop 2-2, king takes. Silver 1-2. King takes, and then then I have nothing. I have nothing to mate with. Now the true next step, if you want to if you really get blocked, is to play the first move on the board. Yeah, that's what I don't want to do. If I get really stuck on stream, especially, I will do this. But I feel like I sort of cheated by doing 2-4. But the thing is, I thought I read it. And this sometimes does happen, like in the books. Rarely in the books does this happen. Usually when I look at the answer, I'm 90+% sure that I have the answer. Hey, I apologize that I always stutter on your name. Tolga Onaral 3212 over on YouTube. Hello. But I was convinced. I was convinced because of the two spins. I was definitely convinced that I had it right because of the two spins. So silver 2-2. Silver 2-2. King takes. Silver 2-2, king takes. Rook 3-3 promote, king takes. Silver 3-2 promote. And that does it. I'm looking at this. These open board, like in real life and on boards, the open board is the hardest thing for me to visualize. So I'm using my mouse now. So takes. rook 3-3. If the king runs away, then it's just gold. And then it's obviously it's just the gold drop. Actually, the king can take this the 2-1 as well, but then the dragon on 3-2 is mate. So the king takes, and then silver becomes a general, becomes a gold, and so this square is covered, this square is covered, this square is where he is, this square is covered, and these squares are already covered. Okay, so that's it. That is it. Okay. All right. Problem solved. Easy. All right, so that one took that problem. Did that problem? I mean, obviously we were talking. Obviously there's also some chatting and me pontificating about podcasts. But did that problem actually take close to an hour or 40 minutes? Oh, Mythrender, you just listened to episode 21. I hope you liked it. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed it. Like I said earlier, spoiler alert. I'm very excited. I have an interview scheduled for this Saturday. So, this weekend I've got an interview scheduled, and I'm very excited. And I hope, if all things turn, I hope everything turns out, as expected. And very, very happy with that. Did I get rook 3-3? Oh, yes, I did get it. Yes. It was the twists. It was the spins. It was standing up and spinning at the desk. All right. Boy, oh boy. Needless to say, in 40-second Byoyomi, like I play, at the club, in 40-second Byoyomi, I'm probably not going to find this. Yes, Mako. Yes. Yeah, the Shogi in the West is now available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and it should be available in basically any of the podcast apps and search engines. So, I've noticed that very few people are getting it from there. So, we have single-digit number of downloads for the new episode on outside of YouTube. So it's very light. It's very light. Okay, shut up and do more. Yes. Okay, number 5. Oh, I like this one. I like this one because this one looks easy. So the famous last words. Bishop 3-2, 3-3. That knight is going to be a problem because I want to drop a gold on 2-3, but okay, yeah. So that knight is really a problem. um, So I'll start. I'm looking. I'm now. My intuition. My intuition was bishop 3-3. It was gold 1-2. It was gold 2-1, and it was bishop 2-2. Those are my two intuitions, or my three intuition moves. And I think on a cursory glance, those are all wrong. But I'll step through them anyway. So gold 2-1. King is forced to move to 1-2. I sort of also like the forcing one, to look at the forcing ones first. So gold 2-1, king 1-2. Bishop 3-4. They block at 2-3. And I think that's the end of that. So gold 1-2, king has to take. Again, I like the forcing ones. And the only meaningful way to check outside of it's silver 2-3 just loses. It clears the board. Bishop 2-1, king can run to 1-3, and bishop 3-4. Bishop 3-4 or 4-5 or whatever 5-6. The interpolation or interposition on 2-3 is guarded by the knight, so that's not it. So bishop 3-3. Bishop 3-3. Ignoring the fact that I think the king can run to 1-2, they can just block on 2-2. And there's nothing else. Like if we try to drop a gold on 1-2 or 2-1, that says it doesn't. The king can, if they drop it on 2-1, the king goes to 1-2, and there's no way to follow up from there. Oh, wait. No. Bishop. So if they block, so bishop 3-3, block on 2-2, gold 2-1, king has to go to 1-2, bishop takes 2-2, promote is mate. So there's one variation in there that's mate. So bishop 3-3 again, king runs to 1-2. King runs to 1-2, silver 2-1. If king takes, gold 2-2 is mate. If king runs to 1-1, gold 1-2 is mate. If king has to run to... So the king is on 1-2. Bishop... my clip just exported again. That second clip. I'll do that after. I'll export the third now after. So bishop 3-3, king 1-2, silver... king 1-2... silver 2-1. If king 1-3, then gold 2-4 is mate. If king 2-3, gold 2-4 is also mate. Is that right? Bishop 3-3. If the king, so I'll go through them both. Bishop 3-3, block on 2-2. Or you gold block on 2-2. Gold drop 2-1. King has to run to 1-2. Bishop takes 2-2, promote. Bishop 3-3, king 1-2, silver 2-1, king 2-3, gold drop 2-4. King to 1-3, gold drop 2-4. Okay, I think that's it. All right. Would this have oh no, I was going to say, would this have worked with you dropping on 9-9? But no, it wouldn't have, because in that case the gold the king run variation doesn't work. All right. We got it. I see messages here. Wait, Fordun. Look these, famous last words. Fordun, you said you're still reading thinking fast and slow. Thinking fast and slow. So that I'm going to make a note of that now, because I might have mentioned this to you on stream or elsewhere, but I wanted to potentially make that a podcast episode. My wife also has read that book. So you have read it. My wife has read it. And both of you seem to think highly of it. I was going to make a note of that. Not on my phone. I don't keep my podcast ideas on phone. Podcast. It's thinking fast and slow. Just let me write this down here. So I would need to read it. But regardless, that sounds like you've recommended that. My wife likes it. And so anyway, you say you think Tsume practice maps really well to the two systems from that book. Kahneman says that we rely on system 1, the fast, intuitive, emotional, effortless system, most of the time. I definitely do. I'm an Urashino Ryu player, so that's the system 1. That's a system 1 opening. Though it's efficient, it's prone to biases and errors. System 2, the slow, deliberate, logical, effortful system, can correct these mistakes, but it's lazy and often rubber stamps system 1's impressions. Oh, that's really so. So the thing is, I do want to avoid books, not necessarily avoid the books, but like I don't just want to like a book because it confirms my biases. It confirms my ideas. It confirms my ideas. But like, it gives me an out. Like, so I don't like getting information that confirms ideas that allow me to be lazy. And so if there's a justification for laziness, I don't want that to work. So anyway, moving on. So Shogi Harbor said, you also have to realize you need 2 pieces to catch 1 piece. Yeah, so just sacrificing gold or bishop immediately feels bad. Yeah, that's a good point in a way to instinctively or to quickly, like when I'm solving, especially when I'm solving in Byoyomi, it's a good way to prune out ideas initially. Yeah, so we'll have to have 2 pieces to catch the king. At least 2 pieces, but we're gonna have to have 2. Yeah, only the knight can mate alone. Yeah, and I'm always looking for those suffocation mates. I love those, but like those feel so good. There are certain mating patterns that feel really good, or certain mates. I think that's the suffocation mate is a great one. I'm still very much, the thing that gets the endorphins going for me, I am still, when I apply storming the Mino Castle, I still get the endorphins from that. I think a Mino mate, to me, a Mino Castle mate, still feels incredible. Because I know I've, like, the other mates, I put in work because I studied Tsumeshogi, but like it's not obvious. But the Mino mates, I know I have put in the work. And so seeing the work somewhat rewarded is really satisfying. Lately, I think I need to revisit Storming the Mino Castle again for a 3rd time now, because lately on stream, I think I Dream of Shogi has picked up on this, is that I'm missing some of those Mino mates a lot. I'm starting to miss some of the Storming the Mino Castle ideas. So Don Vito, you say today you've got 2 Vietnamese ladies for game mechanic intro game and 1 French guy. Oh, yesterday no one. It happens. You think you're getting bipolar disorder with promoting shogi. Well, you're doing the work. It will be rewarded. It will be rewarding. What link am I using to practice? Here is the link. Here is the link to this study. And I will push this also into, like, YouTube already has it in the description, has the link to PlayShogi in the description, but I'll put it in chat again. Oh, Shogi Carolina Sensei, you also read that book. Okay. Okay, so that's three people now. That's three people now that have said it. Correct me if Koshiro, if you are there, correct me if I'm wrong. Have you also read that book? Because now I'm starting to get, maybe it's just memory sort of, maybe it's memory like is mashing up together. You have it on your bookshelf. Okay. Maybe that's going to be a Christmas holiday book that I read. While my kids will be in town. Kids, they'll be in town, both of them from university, for 2 to 3 weeks at the end of the month, and so we go to coffee shops and stuff like that. And I usually do Tsumeshogi, and at those Tsumeshogi or Hishi, but maybe I'll read that book. Okay, so I was right. Kosher, you have read that. Okay. Oh, you did the book on tape. On tape. I'm old. You did the audiobook. Interesting. Oh, I wonder how, oh yeah, maybe that's what maybe I'll do that. That sounds like a great walk. Thing. Don Vito, next life, your kami will enter in large traditional shogi set and will always be looking where your piece stands. There'll be a manga about you. All right. This is good. The stream is almost 2 hours long and I have only solved 5 problems. That fourth problem, I think it took an hour. All right, so we have 2 pieces on the piece stand. We have 2 pieces on the komadai, if you will. I don't know if you're joking, but I think that way. Like when I am studying Tsumeshogi, like on the couch or whatever in a book, I have stopped kind of counting the amount that I'm doing. I think maybe again because it makes me feel good, but like I'm starting to feel like, sure, I only solved 5, but how much have I calculated? I'm not trying to do Tsumeshogi so that I can solve Tsumeshogi. I'm doing it so that I can improve my calculation and my board sense. And I have to believe, even if I'm doing them slowly, even if it's taking me 1 hour to 2 hours to do 5 problems, I have to believe, or I want to believe, I don't have to, I want to believe that the calculation work is going to pay off. Yeah, Yloigh, quality of calculation over quantity. So, I think there are 2. I do believe that there is, and I think Jack-O-Lantern in the Discord might have been talking about this, or maybe we talked about it on the podcast. I don't remember. But I think, and I know that chess podcasts talk about the same, where there's the quality, there's the quality that you spend, and it's important to do slow thinking and high quality, but there does seem to be a benefit to doing lots of easy problems as well, where you're just nailing these patterns, where you see the board, maybe because you've seen it a few times, but you see the board and boom, you're done. Move on. You see the board, boom, you're done. And I've done that a few times, like with those old not old. I have the oh gosh, what is his name? The Urano Sensei. Those books, those colored mate books. I have a mate in 1, I think, from him. I have like 3 mate in 3s. I've got 2 or 3 mate in 5s. I think I've got 2 or 3 mate in 7 of his books. And occasionally I have gone back and I've done like the mate in 3s, like the especially like the second time I did it relatively recently when I was on a plane, and I was just blasting through these things. Okay, so you think it's a good warm-up, but that's all. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So you weren't joking. Training is that you find ways to organize sequences in your head, work on your accuracy, understanding patterns. Speedy solving is maybe warm-up, but not training. Okay, I like it. And yeah, Foradun approves of the time spend based goals. I think it's easier also that when you make a time based goal, it's easier not to get discouraged because you're making as long as you hit your goals versus like, oh my gosh, and this is me. This is me. Oh my gosh, I just spent an hour and 20 minutes at the coffee shop, and all I did are four or five of these Watanabe mate in threes. What an idiot I am, is the logic. For me, it's like when I use the number, it always leads, the path that it always leads to for me is, oh my gosh, you're such an idiot. But like if the goal is the time spend, it's like, okay, well, I just spent 2 hours studying and I hope it's going to pay off. And it doesn't feel like a failure versus like, I would walk out of that coffee shop with my daughter. We'd be going to the coffee shop and I'd be doing Shogi Wars or doing Tsume, and I'd feel kind of like a failure of, I just drank like 3 coffees and spent an hour and 20 minutes at this coffee shop, and I did 5 lousy mate in 3 problems. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you so much for stopping by. Great discussing. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the help. And again, thank you so much for that sub during the 24-hour stream. I really appreciate it. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with baby stuff. I miss it. If you're still here, I will just give my regular parental advice. Enjoy it. Don't enjoy it while it's there, because if you're like me, you will miss it tremendously when it's gone. All right. Hey, Todovsky, good to see you. You have a theory that numerals ruin everything. That's a funny one. All right, Mithrender, you solved it. I'm gonna have to solve it. I'm gonna have to. Davido's giving the personal thanks to Carolina Sensei, because when you explain shogi, you're using mainly her videos. The work and educational videos are priceless and very good in methodology and approach. Nice comment. Very nice. Agreed. So good. So good. All right, so Mithrender has thrown down the gauntlet and has solved it. That means I have to solve it now. My intuition. So maybe I'll start when I'm doing these problems. Maybe that's what I'll start with is explaining my intuition. I think I sort of do it, but I don't say like, here are my intuition moves. Here are my brute force moves. So my intuition right now, looking at this board, is, and again, I'm not giving any sort of quality of life or quality of evaluation. Like, there's no quality of evaluation here. These are just the first things my brain thinks about when I'm looking at this. It's rook takes, it's gold drop here. Again, I'm not making any sort of quality of move evaluations here. This is my instinct of what I'm looking at. And it's gold here. So gold drop 3-3, gold drop 4-2, and rook takes 3-4 are my 3 intuition moves. So I'm gonna start with those. Here's the clear. So of those, I think the easiest one to disqualify is gold 4-2. So I'm gonna start with that one. So gold 4-2, king takes, and gold 4-2, king takes, rook takes 3-4, to at least check with the king, to at least check with the exposed bishop. Then like a gold drop back on 3/3, I think just null. It just ends it. I think that completely ends it. I think that one, again, like there was no quality of evaluation there. That was just intuition. 3/4, rook takes 3/4 seems a bit more promising. It would seem very promising if that was a promotion, but it's not. So rook drop 3/4, or rook takes 3/4, gold drop or pawn drop on 3/3. Bishop takes, bishop takes promote, bishop takes. And I think that's where that ends. The fact that the knight is eyeing 3/3, I think is really important to disqualify the rook being on 3/4, because well, I don't know why I'm drawing that long, but like the rook promotion, any eventual rook promotion on 3/3 to get a dragon is just stifled by that. Also, I think that I don't think we want to do anything that will I don't think we'll want to do anything that will cause this knight to move, because if this knight moves, then the king has extra squares to run to. So I think anything that allows the knight... Oops. I need to go back to the previous problem. I think anything that causes the knight to move will just give up too much. I've played Go, so I have some idea what a net surrounding is. I do have some idea. I do have some light idea of it. And that's where Tsumeshogi, I think, Tsume, kind of, it plays sometimes at counter, at cross effects, or I can't think of the word, at cross purposes, because it makes me check and chase. So the more Tsume I do, the more I check and chase. The more Hishi I do, the more I surround the king and let the king run away. I think that's my key, is whatever I'm studying at the moment makes me lose games. It makes me overcompensate in that direction. It's like when I'm doing the Hishi, I miss the check and chases and I lose the game. If I'm doing Tsume, I miss the surrounding and I check and chase. Don Vito, you say Vito is complaining to Shogi except what a dumb students I've got. Wait, I explained a climbing silver, but they don't understand. You explain a second time, they don't understand. I explained it a third time. I already understood it myself, but they don't understand. So what you need to do is teach them Urashino Ryu. Urashino Ryu will bake in the fundamental concept of attacking with 3 and 4 pieces. No, I know it was a joke. I know it was a joke. But to not joke, I do think climbing silver is sometimes a little more difficult to. I mean, it's climbing silver is. I think. People talk about what is a good opening to start with and what teaches better fundamentals. I think climbing silver is a way to get some cheap wins. And I don't say that in a bad way, because Urashino Ryu is also a way to get cheap wins. But I think in getting those cheap wins, I think Urashino Ryu, to get those cheap wins with Urashino Ryu, or to get those cheap break-ins, let's not even call them wins, because it's very easy to lose a game of shogi. You get those overwhelming opening attacks. So you find yourself in a winning position, air quotes, out of the opening quite often. I would say in both. My understanding, not being a bogeying player, but watching a bunch of bogeying stuff, is that at the levels where you're learning, or at the levels where I am. Well, obviously I'm still learning. Everyone's still learning, but like not that all I'm saying is that I am not at the lowest level, but I'm not certainly at the highest level. I'm like most people, just kind of in between somewhere. But the lesson you learn, I think, with Urshin or Ryu, and I think that it gets a bad knock, is that even if you get those easy winning positions out of the opening, you're doing it with a minimum of 3 pieces: the bishop, the rook, and the silver. Well, and a pawn, of course. But you're sort of you're getting that lesson of cooperating your pieces, and I think a lot of those easy, again, air quotes, easy winning positions that you get out of bogeying, I think you do it a bit with sleight of hand, where you're doing it with the silver and a rook, and maybe with a lance, but a silver and a rook, and you just sort of break in, and stuff happened, your opponent misplayed it, and you break in, and you don't get that same level of education that I think you might with Urshin or Ryu, but you do get other fundamentals. Like you do get building a castle, a better castle. So this is not in any way a critique of bogeying, especially since I want to play more bogeying. But I do feel like, I feel like a lot of times I'm apologizing for Urshin or Ryu, but I think it is maligned in a way that's somewhat unfair, because I do think, excuse me, it teaches at least one of the nice fundamental ideas about attacking, versus bogeying, where you attack and you sort of win despite maybe not using such great fundamentals. So it's an interesting topic. I would love to talk more about it. It's an interesting one, but I just don't feel like I understand enough bogeying to really be able to talk about it. I just know that bogeying, I watch videos about bogeying because, like I said, I want to play it, but I also know that it is one of those openings that I get blown up in quite often. And despite the fact that I do study against it, I know that it's a bad matchup, air quotes bad. So bad matchup for Urshin or Ryu, especially as Gote. But it's certainly something that can be combated. Todosky, you say, in terms of surrounding here, suppose Gote plays King 4-3. Oh, sure, yeah. How many dozens of generals do we need in order to checkmate? Yeah, and I think that's a great point. Is that when I look at these, I look at my intuition. I look at my intuition moves. But now that you say that, that's clicking something that I haven't been doing today, but I usually do when I'm studying in the book. I look at my intuition moves, but I also look, where can the king run? Where's the escape? Where's the escape route? And yeah, King 4-3 is definitely one of these escape routes. Like if the king gets to 4-3, I think there's just nothing we can do. There's not going to be any way to apply a gold here and run things over. So I think that's going to be difficult. Which sometimes leads to the next, which sometimes immediately leads to the next variation or the next move. And the fact that you say that, and we see that King 4-3 is the escape route, that unlocks, I think, in my brain, this move as a potential candidate. Obviously, I'm not saying that this is the move, and I haven't even thought about it as I'm talking here. But immediately, if we're really worried about 4-3, this move ends 4-3. Not ends because they can block and whatnot, but it is a way to deal with 4-3 if we're looking to do if we're not just trying to surround the king with like let's say a silver drop or a gold drop here. Like a silver drop would surround it because we have a gold also, and this pawn prevents the areas in which a silver drop would be bad are saved by the fact that we've got the gold, and this guy can't go out. But anyway, as I'm saying that, I am out of water and tea, so I'm going to do that. And my voice is starting to feel it, so I haven't had water in like half an hour, so I'm going to get that. But also, one thing Todovsky had I had sort of read it as a joke, or just like a light joke on the Discord, had mentioned about clipping out the be right backs for the before uploading the stream for to YouTube. And I thought about it, and it's like, you know what? 2 to 5 minutes of getting water and going to the restroom every hour. So 24 hours. It's 23 period. That's like 23 periods. If we're doing it every hour, that's 23 periods of 2 to 5 minutes. That's a long time. A 24-hour stream, that's between an hour and 2 hours that's between like 45 minutes or 48 minutes or whatever it is. That's at least an hour of just getting water and going to the bathroom in a 24-hour stream. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing to think about it, that the 24-hour VOD literally has over an hour of nothing. Just for these little breaks, these short little breaks. Like, I didn't eat, the stream. I didn't take any breaks, I think, that were longer than 5 minutes. I think the one that took 5 minutes was like when I went to wash my eyes, and then I went to wash my face and eyes, went to for lack of a better word, urinate, because all I did during those 24 hours was pee. So there were no long bathroom breaks. I didn't eat. When I ate, it was like one of the breaks, I just quickly ate a hard-boiled egg. So the long wait was the washing face to just to get my eyes refreshed, going to the restroom, getting some water, and then coming back. And that was probably between, at least I'm guessing, and when there was water on the ground. And there was water on the ground during one of those that I had to clean up. So I'm guessing the longest of those breaks was like 5 minutes. But I haven't looked. But either way, even if those breaks were incredibly short, in the long scheme of things, after 24 hours, it's over an hour of break. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. But anyway. I thought it was interesting. Maybe no one else does. I'm going to. I'll be right back. On that note, I don't have a be right back in this OBS scene collection. It's called a scene collection. The one that I have to make the PlayShogi in, I don't have a be right back. So I'll just leave it here, and this will let people solve it anyway. So I'll be right back. All right, back. You're also curious about the king 4-3 checkmate exercise. So probably it takes a few dozen generals. If it does get away. Oregon, what you had said earlier, today's Tsumeshogi is difficult. It really is. I'm stunned. And I'm glad to see at least it does feel a little better. And not that people are obligated to do this in the future, but it does feel nice to know that there are strong players out there that are also sort of not finding these just brain dead easy, because I like I said, I am a habitual self beater upper, where I beat myself up sometimes, maybe too much. I don't know if it's enough sometimes, but when I struggle. While we're talking, I'm also going to export that third clip, the third and final clip. All right. So I'm going to start with what we talked about before, based on Todovsky's king escaping comment. So rook 2-3 promote. If the king runs to say, if the king runs, then it's going to be a silver plus gold. So if the king runs to 4-2, silver on 5-3 is going to be the first, and then it's going to be a gold on the head, because as I had said before, this knight is making an effective wall from preventing the king from running. So that means the king has to take. So the king has to take on 2-3. So if that happens, how do we surround it now with a gold and a silver? That means also, because this is a mate in 5, just to gamify this problem a bit, that means if we do move the rook if we move the rook to 2-3, 2-3. So if we move rook 2-3, then that means we have to drop, the next two pieces have to be a drop. That's sort of the standard rules of Tsumeshogi, and these problem sets, I believe, follow those rules. Like, that's proper Tsumeshogi. Whether or not problems should do that is another issue, but I believe these do follow those standard rules, because these are sort of traditional Tsumeshogi problem sets. Like, you don't get and just talking about that PlayShogi app again, you don't get that in those. Like, those are just Wild West out there. It's board positions. You might have 3 pawns in your hand. You might have every piece in the board almost in hand in some of those PlayShogi problems, and it's like a mate in 2 or it's a mate in 1. It's a mate in 1, and you have like 14 pieces in hand. So the PlayShogi problems don't follow that. But I'm rambling. So what I'm liking here, what I'm liking, and this might be weird, but I think it's going to be it. I think it's going to be it. Is rook 2-3, king takes, silver drop 1-4. If the king takes, it's mate by gold drop it's mate by gold drop 2-4. And now, as I'm saying this, I'm even more convinced that this is going to be the answer, because this pawn is protecting the bishop, which almost strictly means that the king has to be over here. This bishop has to be a threat, has to be under threat, because otherwise the problem would not have a pawn backing it. So I'm even more convinced. So rook 2-3 promote, king takes, silver drops 1-4. King can't take because the gold drop on 2-4 is mate. So the king has to run to 3-2, and there we drop the gold on 4-2. Yeah, so that's it. That is it. Rook 2-3, king takes, silver dropped. King. The only way the king can run is to 3-2, and then we drop the gold on 4-2. So Todovsky's approach in this one, it netted us an easy problem. It went from a difficult. It almost went like the progression of this problem for me. It went from a difficult problem with many possible options. Just that one thought of looking at the king's escape, the question of what if the king runs to 4-3, that immediately led to this, which is the answer. So it's a nice, I don't want to say shortcut, but it's a helpful way of approaching these problems, and I also think it's a helpful way of approaching these problems over the board. Like it's like the player that I play most over the board, he's a magician when it comes to running his king away. He's just to me he's like a magician at keeping his king alive in the very few completely winning overwhelming positions that I get. He's a magician at staying alive. And so I am always just trying to think, like, where can his king run? Where can the king run? Yep, Mithrandir, welcome back. It took Todovsky, yeah, it took you a few minutes just to spot how difficult King 4-3 is. Yeah. It's an open board king. Moving to problem 7 here. Oh boy, another wide open one. So we've got 2 golds in hand. Yeah, these I wonder if there's any other options other than arrows. Can you I'm trying to do a control or option. Is there a way to draw circles? Is there a way to draw does anyone know, is there a way to draw circles on PlayShogi? Oh, we got to go traditional, right? We got to go traditional. Since it's educational and we have a Western audience, and some relatively new people that do watch these, I will change that. Oh, no, I will not change it to that. Tsume are about preventing escapes. Often it's helpful to look for escape routes either before or while finding. Yep, 1000% agree. 1000%. But I think not just Tsume. I mean, I assume you probably mean both, but like, you know, in real games too, it's so much about preventing king escapes. When you're trying to win a game, you know, when you don't, especially when, you know, you might be in Brinkmate, you yourself may be in Hishi. And you have to find a Tsume. So one of the things I'm looking at here is immediately I'm looking, my first idea was or is the first I'll just say first thoughts. This one, and this one, no promote. These are my first 3 candidates. You know, the king, we cannot, I think, there's not really an escape route for the king unless we give it. Because, you know, the king getting out here is okay, because we do have 2 golds, gold up. Although maybe not, because this token cannot come under attack. So we probably don't want the king to get here. but we do have two golds. I think this is also I think this was actually I think Rook 2-3 was actually my first candidate move. The first thing that popped in my head. Yeah, you say again with 4-3. Yeah, I was looking at 5-3, but I think 4-3 is a valid question as well. We have this dragon watching here, but so let's say we just slide over and the king does get to 4-3. Now it's difficult because we can't just drop a gold here. Now it's very difficult. Because we can't just drop a gold because this horse is watching it. So I think what this exercise has cut out immediately. I think this has nullified 2-4 and 2-3. The 2-3, the horse just takes it. So this horse in conjunction with the run ability of the king, I think that we've already pruned those out. So I'm not even going to look at those. So I'm going to start here with, well, actually, maybe I won't start with it because now it's even worse. Boy, it's tough. Now it's tough. Now I don't know what to start with. Well, I guess now I will start with. Still lets the king get to 4-3, but silver 2-2. If silver 2-2, the king cannot take. If the king takes, it's gold drop on 3-3 or 2-3, and then either wherever, depends on where the king goes. Either gold drop on 4-1 or gold drop on 2-2 is going to be the. Oh, well, no. It would be king takes, gold drop on 1-3 to avoid the horse. And then wherever he goes, if the king goes to 3-1, it's gold drop on 4-1. If king goes to 2-1 or 1-1, it's gold drop on 2-2. And that would end that. So the king can't take. So if we get the silver to 2-2, the king has a couple options. If the king goes to 4-2, it's gold drop on 5-2. King has to go down to 4-3, gold drop on 5-3. That ends up being mate because the king can't go back to 3-3 because the silver's defending it. King can't go down here because the dragon's defending. So let's try it again. So let's keep going down these. This to me is feeling very promising. Silver 2-2, king 4. I'll say king 4-2. Gold drop on 5-2. If the king runs to 3-1, then it's gold drop on 2-1. So we know that running to 4-2 is death. We know that after silver 2-2, if the king takes, it's mate. If the king runs to 4-2, it's mate. So the only other option there is running to 4-3. And now we're in the danger zone. Now we're like Kenny Loggins. Now he's right into the danger zone. So silver 2-2, king 4-3. Silver 2-2, king 4-3, and you're gamifying the problem. It's a Tsumeshogi problem, so we have to drop 2 golds. We have to drop both of those bombs onto the board. Silver 2-2, king 4-3. I don't know if we can do it. I am thinking we cannot do it. Because how can we check? We can check on 4-4, gold drop 4-4, horse takes. We drop on 5-3, king takes, and he's off to the races. King runs to 4-2. Well, we don't even need to wait. So what am I saying? King runs to 4-3. Yeah, we can't drop on 5-3. If we drop on 4-2, king takes that. Gold drop on 5-2. King can go back to 4-3. King can just go back to 4-3 and it's not mate. Or can move to 3-1 and it's not mate. No, it's not. It is mate. It is mate because the silver is guarding it. So silver 2-2, king 4-3, gold 4-2, king takes. If we drop the gold on 5-2 or 4-1, the king goes back to 4-3. So silver 2-2, king 4-3. If we just to nullify the sneaky route of gold drop 3-3, and the king can run to 4-2. The king could take it, but I think, well, no, the king can't. The pawn could take it, but he doesn't even have to. The king can go to 4-2, and there's no way to surround it. Again, because if the king drops, well, no. Silver 2-2, king 4-3, gold 3-3. If king runs to 4-2, gold drop 5-2 is mate. If the king goes to 5-3, then there's no mate. So it's not that. So Emperor Rex, you're thinking rook 2-4. Yeah. So this is the one that I thought that I didn't I first do this one? Isn't this one the one that I first disqualified? So the idea was if rook, I think and maybe improperly disqualified this because I said rook, dragon 2-4, king 4-3, and I don't see how we're going to mate here. I don't see how we're going to mate. Because the king goes to 4-3, and how do we check? How do we make the next check? If we drop 4-2, gold on 4-2, the king just takes it. And then if we drop it on 5-2, drop the gold on 5-2, the king can still go back to 4-3 or go to 3-1. You think you need at least 4 generals in hand after king 4-3. Yeah. So, how do we prevent 4-3? We can we position the horse? Can we position the horse in a way that it ends one of their escape routes? I don't think so. I don't think so. So what are our, now I'm what are our checks? What are our checks? Gold drop 4-3 immediately. Gold drop 4-4. So we have a lot of gold drops here. We have that. We have this. You know, silver 2-2. We have dragon, 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 dragon. And that is it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 candidates. We have 10. Brute forcing this, we have 10 checks. If gold drop 4-3, king takes, yeah, it put, so that's the stealth one. That's the, you know, that's the big brain. Gold drop 4-3 is the big brain. This gold drop 4-3, I think, is the big brain one, because it's like, clearly the king wants to be on 4-3. What if we just put him there? That's the five head solution, as the kids would say. The only move, as far as the, well, not the only move, but the only two moves that prevent king 4-3 are gold drop 3-4 and dragon 2-3. Those are the only two moves that stop gold 4-3. And you know, this one stops it temporarily. But so let's look at this. Let's look at gold. Let's look at gold. Well, actually, this one also, gold 4-3, 4-4 also prevents it. So gold 4-3, gold 3-4, gold 4-4, and dragon 2-3. Those are the three moves that prevent king 4-3. So let's look at those in order. Gold drop 4-4, dragon takes. Oh, I'm liking this so far. Gold drop 4-4, dragon takes, or horse takes. Horse has to take, because if the king runs to from there to 4-2, then it's gold drop on 4-1 is mate. So the horse has to take. Then we need to prevent again the king from going to 4-3. So we put the dragon on 2-3. It's no longer protected by the horse. So the king has to take. If the king doesn't take, that means the king goes to 4-2, and we drop the gold on 4-1 again. So the horse is, I keep saying dragon. Horse is on 4-4. We have one gold left in hand. We put the king on 2-3. So the only other option for the king is to take it. So the king takes, we drop the gold on 2-4, and that's mate. And that's mate. So that's the key. So this is the 4-3, also known as Todovsky's square. Oh, and Todovsky is the BRB. Oh no. So Todovsky isn't here to have his to be honored with a square of his name. You think it's a nice, the sacrifice quiz? Yeah. These are some interesting problems. So we prevent the king from going to Todovsky's square, which is 4-3. Really cool one. Really cool one again. I love that they reinforced the lesson in the previous problem. You're using the same exact square. That these problems are all about, not all, but they're, these Tsume problems can be about making sure the king does not escape. I think that's really helpful. Problem 8. We have no pieces in hand. We have no pieces in hand. There's a gold all the way on 6-5. Um, the only I'm mentioning the instinct stuff. My only instinct on this problem is silver 4-4 promote. I don't know if that works because the king takes. If the so the king has to take, I think, because if the king runs to 3-3, rook 3-3 promote is mate. It's covered by the bishop. If the king goes to 5, interesting. If the king goes to 5-2, then the promoted silver goes to 5-3. Goes from 4-4 back to 5-3, and that's mate. So the king has to take, and the escape square becomes 3-5. The escape square becomes 3-5. I'm not seeing how we could possibly block that off. So silver 4-4, promote or no promote. King takes, and we have the way we have to block or to prevent that escaping, or one of the ways is bishop 2-6, and the knight can just take that. Or they can block, but the knight can just take that, which leaves rook 4-3 promote, and the king can still just go to 3-5, and that's it. And we have bishop 3-3 promote, which lets the king go to 3-5. So the key, I guess, one of the keys here is that we cannot let the king get to 4-4. I think if we let the king get to 4-4, it's going to be very difficult to prevent the escape. So gold 5-4. Gold 5-4. If the king takes, rook 6-4 promote. Rook 6-4 promote. King goes to king. Okay, so let's say this again. Gold 5-4, king takes, rook 6-4 promote, king 4-3. King 4-3, and so they cannot go to 4-4. 4-3, and then I would, oh boy. So if the king goes to 4-3, then rook or dragon 4-4, the king can still go now to 3-2. The king can go to 3-2. Right? So this is what I'm saying. So let's not abandon this. I think there's so many variations on this gold 5-4. So gold 5-4, king takes. Silver. Silver 6-4 promote. Silver 6-4 promote checks the king on 5-4. But then the king can just go to 5-5, and there's no way of stopping that. All right, so I'm going to abandon gold 5-4. You say this, Mithrandir, you say this one's too tough. I'm going to abandon gold 5-4 for now. I'm going to abandon gold 5-4. How else do we prevent the king from going to 4-4? Bishop 3-3 promote. Bishop 3-3 promote, king takes, and there's no good way to check. Silver 5-2 to get the discovered check. King can run to the king can run to 4-4, which is what we didn't want. So how about bishop 4-2? Bishop 4-2. Lance takes. Lance has to take. Bishop 4-2, Lance has to take. But no matter what we do, even if we go with the gold 5-4 again, there's nothing we can do to prevent the king from eventually getting to 5-4 or 4-4. So like if we do this, the king still has this. If we try to discover check, the king can just go here as well. But the king can also go there. So this 3-2 square is also key. This 3-2 square is also key. So what are I am now in brute force mode. What are our checks? Oops, I didn't want to do that. It's this, and it's this. It is this, and this. It's also that. Sorry, there was a real bad neighbor who was just making a bunch of noise with the motorcycle, and it spun me into an unhappy place. All right, what are the other options? Okay, so there's also this. This is also a candidate first move. This will also add check. So the checks. These are all the checks. So 1, 2, 3, then the 5, so 8, 9. 9 possibilities. 9 possibilities. I think, I want to say we've debunked 5-4, but I still think that one feels like the only promising one. Well, no. So let's look at I'm trying to clear the arrows. Let's look at silver 6-4 promote. Silver 6-4 promote. If the king runs to 4-4, Dragon 5-3. Bishop runs. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. There was something in my head. There was something in my head that made me think. I visualized it wrong. I think I visualized the board wrong. You don't think moving the silver can be an option because the king can escape to 4-4? Yeah, I think that is the key. Yeah, but I don't see any other way to prevent the 5. Well, yeah, to prevent the 5-4 run. So like, I'll look at these the bishop moves again before going back to gold 5-4. Before going back to gold 5-4, I'm going to. I'm gonna look. I'm going to take the big brain approach. I'm going to make him go to 5-4. So I'm going to do. So we'll look at this again. Silver 4-4, king takes, rook 3 promote, king to 3-5. King to 3-5. Bishop 2-6. Knight cannot take because it's pinned. Because it's pinned, the dragon is here. But the king can run. The king can still run. If we're here, the king can still run. If the Yeah. All right. So I think this is just this won't work. I think this won't work. So what about? Oops, I don't want to move the piece. What about this again? Bishop 4-2. King can't take. King. The only move is lance takes. So lance takes. The only move is lance takes. And there's no way to check without letting the king run to. If the gold takes, then the king comes over here. Now, so if we do this, lance takes. We bring the gold up. King takes. Rook promote. The king can still run back to 4-3. The king can run back to 4-3. Well, or the silver can just take it. The silver can take the gold. The silver can take the gold. Wait, so I'm going to look again at 5-4. So rook 5, gold 5-4. If the silver takes, then If the silver takes, then silver back. King takes. No, because the king can still run here. Well, or here now, because this is open. You're very tempted to just give up on this one. I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up on this one. I refuse. Boy, the stream has been going for 3 hours, and we are on problem 8. There was some discussion, but not. It was all critical discussion. I think the critical discussion was around the fact that it was difficult to solve. So again, we have to prevent. 3-2 and the 4-4 are just critical escape squares. Can we... Yeah, if we sack here, king takes, we come up and promote. King runs. We come over here, and the king can still run. So how are we gonna block 4-4? I don't want to say that this is a broken problem. I'm not going to say that yet. I think there's a solution. And I think once we see it, we're going to be kind of amazed. Yeah, what if they forgot to give a piece in hand? You cannot let when you're solving Tsumeshogi, you cannot let that get into your head. You cannot let that possibility enter your head. That's a deep, dark place. It's a dark place to be in when you're solving Tsumeshogi. And there's no coming back from it. Because once you allow that possibility, then everything is in question, and you cannot allow that. You cannot allow it. So how about we dance? How about we dance the silver? Silver, run. Silver, run. I think there's some path. I think there's some path here to dance in the silver. Silver, run. Bishop, promote, run. Bishop over. No, he can horse run. He can just run. So silver up. Hold on. Silver up. No promote. or promote, whatever. Now, silver up, king runs. Silver up, no promote. King runs. Bishop over. Bishop over. Yes. 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 Silver up. Silver 4-2. No promote. King runs to 4-4. Bishop over. Knight takes. Or block. Or block. Rook 3-3 promote. There it is. There it is. There it is. King can't run to 5-4 because the gold is blocking. King can't run to 3-5 because now the knight is no longer there and the dragon hits it. If the player had blocked, then it's just straight up there because the king can no longer run. So that is it. That is it. I am convinced. I'm going to run it. Boom. Boom. There we go. There we go. So 3 problems in a row. Two problems. We couldn't let the king run to 4-4. Well, actually, in this case, we could let the king run to 4-4. The key ended up being we can't let them run to 3-5. So, oh gosh, this was a good one. This was a really good one. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, even if it wasn't Todosky's square, which is 4-3. All right, let's do problem 9. Let's do problem 9. I went through all my tea though. The tea and honey. I'm still trying to keep the voice. And during that long stream, the honey did seem to help. The ice cream and the tea with honey, I'd say it helped. Oh, back. Yeah, so we solved that second one using your square. So in your absence, the 4-3 square has been christened as the Todosky square. So 4-3, this day forward, 4-3 on a shogi board is the Todosky square. And then the last one was really interesting. It was a similar sort of idea, but I don't know if this is why they did this in this progression, but those first two, with the with the Todosky square, it was clear that we had to block the escape route. The problem we just did, it felt like that also, but it wasn't. It was where you seemed like you cannot let this square it seemed like you cannot let the king run to this particular square, but you actually needed to. And you had to use another trick to take advantage of it. It was really good, really good. So this one is looking conventional. This one's looking pretty conventional to me. Obviously it's unlikely that it probably is conventional, but this one is seeming pretty conventional to me. And so my intuition is both. What am I trying to say? My intuition is either gold drop on 1-3 or silver 1-3 promote. And my intuition also, this is probably dumb, but my intuition also has a gold drop 2-3. All right. My brain's also seeing dragon takes or a horse takes 2-1, but I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore that for now. And we can't let the king get to 1-4. We can't let the king get to 1-4 because then there's no stopping it. So I'm going to look at gold drop 1-3 first. Gold drop 1-3. If rook takes, if dragon takes, then it's an easy one. I think there are multiple paths, but silver takes dragon, knight takes gold drop 2/2. Oh no, we don't. Rook drop 2/2. So if we, oh gosh, sometimes when I'm speaking, I use different pieces. I screw the names up. But anyway, I'm thinking, gold drop 1/3. If dragon takes, silver drop 1/3 promote, knight takes, and then we have a rook. So oops, I'm trying to drag the entire board on. This is the cheat. You drop the entire piece stand. I'm trying to drop the rook onto 2/2. So that would be mate if the dragon takes. So gold drop 1/3. That means the knight has to take. The knight takes. I think I'm also seeing another thing. But anyway, so we gold drop 1/3, knight takes. Silver, wait, gold drop 1/3, knight takes. Silver 2/1. No promote. King 2/3. Horse 3/2, protected by the silver. Wait, that can't be it. That's too easy. That's too easy. That one's too easy. Gold 1/3, knight takes, silver 2/1, king has to move to 2/3, horse 3/2. The king can't run here because the knight is there. The king cannot run to 1/2 because the silver is eyeing it. I'm doubting myself. So how about gold drop 1/3 again? Dragon takes, silver takes, promotes, king cannot take, so the knight has to take, and then we drop the rook on 2/2. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, hey. Yeah, that was those past 3 were so difficult. No, the past 4 were so difficult. Okay, skip next. So we are now on problem 10. Problem 10. Yeah. My my intuition is looking at gold drop 2/2 and gold drop 1/4. I'm gonna guess both of those are crazy. Just looking at how many pieces are on the board, those may just be crazy. But that's what my brain saw to begin with. That's what my brain saw to begin with. So I'll look at those. Gold drop 1/4. Pawn takes. And that's it. Gold drop 2/2. If silver takes, rook 3/2 promote is mate. But if the bishop takes, if the bishop takes, oh no, as this isn't check. Oh no, it is. Yeah. So gold drop 2/2, bishop takes. So I guess I'll go. I am now in proof stage because I believe this is the answer. Gold drop 2/2, silver takes, rook 3/2 promote. That's just mate. So that's a mate in 3. So they have to take. Oh no, okay. So I'm in proof stage, but there's another option. So gold 2/2. bishop takes. Thing is, yeah. Bishop takes. Rook 3-2. Silver takes. So the other gold to gold 3-4 is mate. The king. We've ended the king's running square by putting the bishop there. So the final option is if king does take. So king 2-2 or rook 2-2. Oh, it infuriates me when I say the wrong piece names. I'm still convinced that if we just used the Japanese piece names, that I wouldn't have any of these problems. I'm convinced of it. And the nicest thing about being convinced with the nicest, what am I trying to say, is that one of the great things about being convinced by an idea that cannot be disproven is that it cannot be disproven. So it's like, to set up a hypothetical, like we all change. The hypothetical is in the West we just use the Japanese names for pieces. This is an impossibility, realistically. But the nice thing about setting that up is that I can then speculate, not even speculate. I can hypothesize, or I can speak definitively and say that if we did this, I would never make this mistake again. So I can, I set up an argument that basically cannot be denied. But I am convinced myself of the idea that if we used Japanese piece names, I would not stutter over my piece names like I do. I've been streaming now for almost 2 years, and this past year, I looked at those Twitch numbers, and it was 1,091 hours streamed. Obviously, it didn't include the 24-hour stream. I think it was 1,091 hours streamed, and like 278 streams. So in just the past year I've had 278 streams, over 1,000 hours of streaming. The previous year I probably had about the same, and I still am stumbling over gold, rook, king. I'm constantly doing that. But I'm convinced that if we use Japanese piece names, I would not make that mistake. The scientific method, Dorowski said, the scientific method is based upon falsification. You could always try the Japanese names like Danberg does. What's Danberg? So I actually did. There were 1 or 2 streams in 2024 where I said, you know what? I'm going to use Japanese piece names. And I'd have to find them. I don't know. But I think we had a discussion about it. I said I was going to do it. And then I think people... It both felt wrong to me to do it because I felt like I was making it difficult for new people to come in. And I did get 1 or 2 comments saying that they didn't understand. I don't know if it was comments or messages saying they had a hard time following the stream. So I put an end to that. We already have the discussion about how difficult it is to get into shogi accessibility-wise because of pieces. Just imagine if we also made the piece names Japanese. I think a lot of people, myself included, a lot of established players, I think would love it. I would love if we just used Japanese piece names because, this is not a rook. This is not a rook. This is a flying chariot or something like, this is not a bishop. This is an angle mover, or whatever it is. This is an angle mover. The silver and gold are silver and gold, but this is not a king. This is a jeweled general. This is not a knight. I don't think. This is I don't know, something. The lance is like a fragrance chariot or something like that. The actual, this kanji doesn't say rook. It doesn't say bishop. It definitely doesn't say bishop. There's no religious order behind any of these pieces. So, it's very weird to me, and I just have to kind of stop thinking about it because it kind of bothers my sense of correctness and righteousness. Not righteousness, but it bothers my sense of correctness to use these English language words that don't actually mean it. Like when people play chess, and like in Portuguese or whatever, and they call the piece, bispo or caballo. I can't remember now. I can't remember I can't remember the Portuguese words for chess pieces, but they don't say king and knight, and bishop. They say their language word, but it's a direct translation. My understanding is it's direct translation. Same thing in Russian. They're using, although Russian uses elephant, right? Does Russian still use the word elephant for the knight? Does that? Now I'm going against my own argument. Does Russian say slon for what word do Russians use for the chess knight? Cone. Oh, okay. So wait. So which is Sloan? Wait, Sloan is. I don't trust this AI. Bishop is Sloan, meaning elephant. So the bishop is Sloan. Bishop is Sloan. So in Russian, so we're learning about chess pieces in Russian, but in the chess pieces in Russian, and that would make sense. Well, no, it would make sense because they want to take the religious connotation. Maybe they wanted at the time to take the religious connotation out of it. I don't know if any of you have seen Soviet, or yes, I guess I'll just say Soviet style piece sets, and they're really cool, and they're unique in that a lot of them, they don't have crosses on the king, or there's no cross on the king, and sometimes the bishop definitely looks different. It's not a bishop mitre, and it's a lot of these will have circles, so the king will have a circle on its head, just like the queen and bishop will, but you almost get the sense, roughly in some of these piece sets, of height mattering more than the other thing. So on a Staunton chess set, or most chess sets, the king is taller, but also the cross makes it immediately obvious at a glance. In the Soviet piece sets, you sometimes have to take into account height, and to a certain extent, the shape of the head of the piece, to differentiate between, say, king and the queen. It's kind of interesting, but either way, it makes sense. But like, even the Russians are still using the only difference is bishop being Sloan, which is elephant. But in our world, we're just mangling these piece names. We're just trying to fit chess ideas onto shogi pieces, even though it's tenuous at best. Mako, you say you're fine with the localization, but the names would indeed roll off better for promoted pieces. Yeah, I love the piece. Yeah, Narigin, Narikyo, Narike, like those types of things. Even though as an English speaker, it is difficult for me to try to pronounce these Japanese words. Hopefully I'll get better as I start studying Japanese more. But, in Germany, knight is Springer. Oh, I did not realize that. Okay, so we have another example. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if that changes your chess notation, but I believe Russians notate their games. I believe the S is used for, like, they use the S for instead of N for knight. We use N for knight, which is also wrong, just because we use the king for K for the king. But I think Russians draw, when they notate, I believe they don't use the Cyrillic alphabet. They use I'll say the American alphabet because, you know, America, but they use the English alphabet, the Latin alphabet. I don't know whose alphabet it is. Whoever's alphabet it is that has A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I believe they use that when they're notating, except that when they write the knight moves, they use an S because it's Sloan. S. Even though in Russian, you know, Cyrillic, the Sloan would be it looks like a C. It looks like a C in Russian, but they still write the S. But anyway, regardless, it's still the shogi pieces do bother me. Oh, in German, bishop is loafer. I cannot. I don't know how to pronounce the umlaut. Is it Lurfer? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mako. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some of those Soviet sets or like, you know, Latvian type sets, they have that. It's almost like it's fluted is what it's called. But yeah, that like it almost looks like a Christmas ornament where it's got that sort of rounded, instead of just a ball, the rounded like little pointy thing. Yeah, very cool. Those are very cool also. I don't think aesthetically those look as great to me. One of my favorite sets, which is not going to be unique because this is many people's favorite sets, including Bobby Fischer's. Not that that matters, but the Dubrovnik set. There was I don't think it was his world championship. I don't know whose world championship it was. And I think it's been used on a World Cup before, but basically there are a couple variants of these Dubrovnik sets, and I believe it was called Dubrovnik because the artist. I believe there was an event held in Croatia or whatever. Apologies for my lack of political eloquence here, because I know that area has changed names and hands many times, but anyway, Dubrovnik is the name of that piece set, and it uses the circles on there, and it's got a pretty stunning looking knight, and it's a beautiful piece set, one of my favorites, and they use the dots, but there's similar sets that also do the Latvian. I think of it as Latvian. I don't know why. I think of it as Soviet and Latvian. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's a famous piece set that's called Latvian, but it has the spire, that spike in the Soviet sets. But yeah. So NinWorld, I don't think you answered. Do you notate your games using like bishop? Do you write an L for bishop? Like bishop bishop b4 or something like that. Do you do L b4 or L b4? The only time I ever was aware of the alternate notation styles was when it was in the context of Russian players, and I saw the S. So anyway, this while we discuss this, I still I'm pretty convinced it's going to be 2-2, but the king runs is the key. The king runs is the key on this one. So if the king takes it, then the dragon, then rook takes 3-1. King can't take back because we drop the gold on 3-2. King can't run because we drop the gold on 1-2. Well, the king can't run because it's still check. So the king could run back, and in that case, we just drop the gold on 3-4. All right, so I'm convinced all three options. So that's a good problem. I like it. Um, but definitely these past two have definitely been easier than those first. Okay, so you do use German notation. L for bishop, S for knight, T equals rook. Turm. That's interesting. So speaking of Turm and the rook, I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I believe in Portuguese also, they use. I said that Portuguese was translated, like they use the translate for pieces. I think for rook, I think they use tower. I think they use torre, which obviously does not translate directly into rook. So wow, it's also queen, D is dame, and king is the same. Okay. For some people who watch many English videos, use the yeah. So I would expect that this would change as time goes on for newer players because of online and content as well. Like it's becoming so established as the Latin the English notation for chess is becoming the lingua franca. Just to start throwing different countries and languages in there. Gabriel, good to see you. Yeah, rook in Portuguese is torre, but you think you mostly use R for shogi notation. Okay, interesting. For shogi notation, interesting. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. It makes sense because we are as non-Japanese speakers, we are in a niche of a niche game almost. And so maybe it's just better. And, there's so little content available for a non-Japanese speaker that maybe it is better that we just stick to one. It's easy for me to say because it's my language. English is my, it's easy for me to say. But regardless of what it is, it's probably better that everyone sticks together. Everyone outside of Japan sticks together in this fight. I wonder what the Belarus club and shogi community seems more isolated than any other shogi community out there. So I wonder if they actually use. I'd be curious if they use like Cyrillic notation or whatever. I imagine. I don't know, but I imagine Belarus still uses Russian and Cyrillic, the Russian language and Cyrillic. Writing. So I'd be curious about how they notate their shogi games. But otherwise, I think the rest of us in the world outside Japan, do the R for rook, K for king type deal. Yeah. Again, I think it's pretty unfortunate. It's the language is definitely an unfortunate aspect of all this. Yeah, but if I had my druthers, I would definitely be speaking Japanese piece names. Like if it was not intimidating to people and if it wasn't like an accessibility problem for people, I would definitely be speaking Japanese names. It also makes conversation with Japanese players so much easier. Because you're not going to get away from that, at least in the United States. In the United States anyway, but I think this is probably sort of the case around the world. If you play shogi, you're not going to get around the fact that many of your opponents and fellow competitors are going to be Japanese, and they are not going to know these nonsense names. Many of them, most of them, I would say, but many of them will not know these Japanese or these nonsensical rook, king, knight, lance kind of names. They'll only know the Japanese proper names. So when you're talking to them, you have to use those names. You have to use the Japanese names. And if you're not comfortable, if you haven't been even if you know the names, the proper names, fu and stuff like that. Um, when you're in the heat of a conversation with someone, especially at the end of a game, when you're thinking about the shogi, you might blunt, just sort of stumble over your words because it's hard. So, but whereas if that was just the norm, it'd be no problem. We'd be saying kaku and everything, osho and whatever, just like it was nothing. In Lithuania, you use R for bishop and B for rook in chess. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Interesting. So those presumably are Lithuanian. They're using the Lithuanian. They're using the Latin character for a Lithuanian word. Okay, interesting. Okay, so you are not using Sloan for bishop. You're not using the Russian word for it, which would make sense now based on what you had said, what you had explained in a long time ago. And Kosher, you say you had a hard time with localized names when you started to teach. Yeah, I imagine that's hard for you. So did you have to? So did you have to? You had to adapt to use Portuguese, I assume, because your students, yeah. Yeah, will be mostly Portuguese, actual like non-Japanese Portuguese players. Yeah, yeah. It's one of those. I would say it's one of those unfortunate aspects of playing shogi outside of Japan. I don't mind, I don't mind the pieces. So I think, in terms of sort of unfortunate or just undesirable things about playing shogi in the West, I think using English piece names is one of those unfortunate things. I don't like it. I try not to think about it much. I really don't like it. I really don't like that we don't use the proper piece names. But I understand why we do, because it's hard enough to get into the game as it is with the kanji on the pieces, but to also use Japanese words that for many of us are hard to pronounce. That is a thing, is that like me pronouncing narigin, narikyo, narike, those words don't come naturally out of my mouth. Like those sounds, nari or whatever it is, and I'm probably butchering it as I'm saying it. Those sounds do not come naturally with my roof of my mouth and tongue, combinations that I grew to be able to make as a child. So I would probably always speak these piece names with an accent. It would get better though. So that's the thing, is it would get better the more I did it. And anyway, Gabrielle, you say Portuguese chess notation. Fun fact: we use lady instead of queen. Oh, you also use dama? Reinha. Right? Okay. Reinha. I have seen that. Where did I see that? I have seen that, and I don't remember where. I like that king is Rey. It's similar to Spanish, but with an I guess, in Portuguese. But because Kiriyama Rey is in March Comes in Like a Lion, so calling the king Rey is kind of cool. Okay, so you use D for Dama to not have two pieces with the R notation. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. that's funny. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So I usually, gosh, I haven't thought about this topic in a long time, but it usually comes up for me in my brain. It becomes fresh in my brain after I've played some Japanese players, over the board, where we do game review and I'm speaking the Japanese pieces, but kind of mumbling it because, my pronunciation is not great. But I always think, man, I wish we would use the correct pieces. The correct piece names. It's tough. It's tough being a shogi player in the West. It's tough. Yeah. Well, here comes a segue. But it's tougher than these past 3 problems have been. Am I right? Yeah, these past 3 have been relatively easy compared to those first few. And I guess it's just, Fordoon liked it. Fordoon liked it. Oh gosh, good times. Good times. All right. I want to do a couple more. Maybe I'll cap this episode at 4 hours because it's been a lot of talking. And so I'll cap it at 4 hours so as to make sure I don't overuse the voice after that stream. My voice after the 24 hours was feeling great. So, it's so funny, and not to just beat a dead horse with this 9-hour thing, but once I crossed 9 hours, everything went away. It was like that first 9 hours was such a struggle. There was at one point where my voice was like not cracking up, but it was getting raspy, and I had to go get some ice cream and some more water. My voice was dying in those first 9 hours. In the first few hours, my voice was dying, and my eyes were feeling so fatigued at the 8 and 9 hour mark. And but once the 9 hours elapsed, it was relatively smooth sailing from there. And to the point where after the stream was over, my voice was feeling fine. I was talking to my wife, and it was amazing. The only lasting impact of that stream on me, like the only toll, is that I feel like I lost Wednesday, and I think I still think I think today is Wednesday. It's like that day is gone. It's like the day is just completely vanished from the face of the earth. It's like, I started my stream on Tuesday, and it feels like I ended the stream on Tuesday. And so it's like Wednesday never happened. So it was really important, and I almost missed it for those things that I do that we have daily streaks, like Chessable. It was like, oh wait, I thought I already did this problem. Oh no, I did it yesterday. But the day, so I fortunately didn't lose my daily streaks that I cared about, because I really, it's bizarre, and I'm not exaggerating. It feels like Wednesday just did not there. It feels like there was no Wednesday. So Yloigh, you say you think that you pronounce Narike, for example, with a soft R, but it's a hard R. Tongue not touching anything. Nari. Like not like L, like sort of like that L, like nari. So when Japanese, so like red. Nari. Wait. Nari. Oh. Not part. Red. Oh. I never realized it. So, interesting. So we form in English, so we form different mouth structures, for lack of better words, for different words. I didn't realize that. I thought R was R. Red. Yeah, my tongue is not really touching much red when I'm saying red. But if I say part, yeah, my tongue seems to be touching some of my mouth. Weird. Weird. Yeah, Gabrielle. Nice hint. Nice hint. The bigger hint is that it's in the Tsume in 5 problem set. Tsume in 5, 2 of 5. Language is cool. Language is cool, but pronunciation is hard. Nari. Shogi Dad turned Wednesday into yeah. Where's this day? What? Where's Wednesday? What happened? I'm going to say that my first inclination, and I'm immediately seeing I think that this is wrong. My first inclination in this problem is rook takes, but after the king takes, I don't think we have enough to make it work because we have a silver. Yeah, yeah. We have a lance. He blocks. We can't drop a silver. All right. Anyway, so let me get this arrow off the screen. I'm liking Rook 2-1 right now. So Rook 2-1 promote I think is going to be it. But Rook 2-1 promote if the king runs it's Rook 2-3 and it's just mate 3. So the king has to take Rook 2-3, silver drop 3-2. Wherever the king goes after silver drop 3-2, whether it's 1-2 or 1-3. Wait, no, the king can't run to 1-3. Whether it's 1-2. After Rook 2-1 promote, king takes, silver drop 3-2. The king can only run to 2-2 or to 2-1 or to 1-2. So regardless of whatever that is, make a token, pawn 2-3 promote, that's mate. All right, so this was an easy one. Yeah, very, interesting how some of them are just so simple. To the not that they're simple, but it's like some pop in, the answer just sort of naturally pops. So I think this one's also simple. I think this is gold drop 1-3, but maybe it's not. Gold drop 1-3. If gold drop 1-3, well, king can't run. Okay, so maybe it's not so simple. So gold drop 1-3. Oh no, it is. Wait, no, because this horse. So I was gonna say gold drop 1-3, king takes, gold drop. Yes, gold drop. So then the king runs up, and then we can't do anything. No. Okay. Gold drop 1-3. King takes. Silver 1-4. If the king runs to 1-2, then it's just gold drop 1-3. So gold drop 1-3. King takes. Silver drop or silver 1-4. King takes 2-4. Then we drop the gold on 2-5, and that's just mate. All right. So it is an easy one. All right, next problem. Now we're flying. Closing strong. So hopefully I didn't jinx it by saying that. Yeah. So we've still got a few minutes here before the 4-hour mark. I did want to cut it off at 4. Rook 5-1 promote. King can't take because we just dropped the gold on the head. So silver takes, and then we get the familiar pattern of knight drop on 3-3, and no, yeah, knight drop on 3. Gold has to take because the king can't run because the horse is watching. So gold takes, then we get the gold on 3-1. So rook 5-1, king takes. Let's clear the arrows. Rook 5-1, silver takes, knight 3-3, gold takes, gold 3-1. All right, sort of a classic-ish, a couple of classic patterns put together. The gold on the head and the knight, the threat of the gold on the head, and then the knight-ish. Three real. So this is a cool one. In a mate in 5, there were 3 different patterns here. 3 different patterns. The first 2 were sort of, they never saw the end of the tunnel. Each pattern didn't end up in that pattern. So we had the threat of the king of the gold on the head, and then we had the threat of the knight, of the sort of that knight drop to pull away the gold knight, the king on the head, or the gold on the head, or the gold on these corners, and then the sort of what I think of as a Shogi Quest pattern, which is this horse with the gold on the back rank. Yeah, you have the 3 words. Get over here. We're pulling pieces away. We're like teasing apart pieces. Like, pull this silver over here. Pull this gold over here. And now that I'm holding this stretch board, here's my gold. Let me put this gold up here. That's a good one. That's a pretty one. I like that. As easy as it was, I like it. So I'm immediately thinking about another get over here with the I think the rook is the dragon is defending it, but I'm thinking about the rook drop on 2-1. Actually, I think that is it. Rook drop on 2-1. We'll look at the other way first, but next. But if the king takes, then we check with bishop 4-3 promote. If the king runs, we drop the gold back. But if the dragon takes, then we just drop the gold on the head. If they block, we drop the gold on the head. So there's that. So the question is now, if we drop rook to 1, if we drop rook to 1 and the king runs. If the king runs to 3-2, then it's just rook 2-2 promote. Yeah, then it's just, well, yeah, no, it's not. So rook 2-1. If the king runs, rook 2-2 promote. King runs to 3-3, and then it's gold drop 3-4. Okay, so we've seen this. We've seen these all. We've seen these all. And there it is. So this is one of those cases, one of those cases where the intuition just kind of works out. I think it's because these kinds of problems are pretty common. Rook drop 2-1, king 3-2, rook 2-2, rook 2-2 promote. Yeah, king 3-3. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. Rook takes king. Exactly. So it's funny. It's funny because my intuition was that it was mate after rook 2-2 promote. But my calculation said, no, we need this extra move. So it was my calculation. My intuition was right, and my calculation was wrong. Weird. All right, that was a good one. That was another good one. All right, so problem 15. This will be the last one for the day. Problem 15. So we've really sped up. We've really sped up in the 4th hour of this stream. It really sped up. I guess those 3 or 4 early on were just really hard, or it's hard in a way that I don't know, maybe we don't have as many problems like that, or maybe it's just because it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Well, I don't know. So like the I don't know if they were simple. Maybe I it still took me a long time. You know, even with that idea of trying to not let that king run, they still took time. It wasn't like this past one was just like, oh, it's going to be this. Like it took more time. That last one, it took more time to just to prove it than it did to actually see the solution. So this one is interesting. I am initially expecting the king. The king is this is the scare. This is the fear here. So drop the rook. So my thinking is drop the rook, king runs, promote the rook, king runs, but then I see it. I see it. Okay, so it's oops, sorry. So problem 15. So I think it's rook dropped for 2. King cannot run to 2-1 because it's just rook, rook mate. A million ways to make this mate afterwards. So rook 4-2, king 2-1, rook 1-2 promote. If king runs to 1-4, then it's gold 2-5 because the knight can't take because it's pinned. So that's it. And if we 1-2 and the king runs, or the king takes, then it's just gold drop on 2-2. That's a cool one. Like these are the kinds that could be found over the. I think that could be found over the board for me anyway, sort of relatively easily. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's 2 moves of the same piece together. But yeah. So anyway, so we did 15. We 15 in 4 hours, 15 problems. But we had some good discussions, and it was fun. And I'll close it there. So thank you everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is a Fast Shogi Friday day. I'm going to go back, I think, to the 10-second Byoyomi Shogi Wars stuff, and hopefully those go well. I think last Friday it was just the special event, which was the Byoyomi. I don't remember now, but I feel like last Friday somehow was not a Fast Shogi. So I guess it helps that you can prune everything, which allows King 4-3. Yeah, exactly. As long as King 4-3 is not involved, it's good. It's good. The Todovsky square. So thank you everybody. I will see you soon. Have a great remainder of your day and take care. Bye.